All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the Chinese DPC Division 2. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you here today. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another lovely day of some Chinese Dota. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. I did one series of NA today. I'm looking forward to a full day of Dota. You know, I'm rearing in to watch these Chinese teams. We've got a lot of good series up today, and we're just about halfway through the DPC already, or at least for Div 2. We're halfway through the tour for them. It's flying by fast. So a lot of these games, they're starting to matter more and more, Mike, if you want to climb up into Div 1. Of course, if you want to avoid relegation here as well, you've got to find some wins. So it's ramping up. It's always around the mid-tour portion where things start to get a little bit spicier, and I'm keen to see what the teams do here today.
Yeah, it should be a fun day of Dota. Of course, we've got Picky Killer up against Lonely Rock and Roll, and I believe Meteor versus IGV after that. We should have a look at a bit of a recap of what happened yesterday, though. I believe there was quite a few games. I say yesterday, it was 2 days ago. You get my point, Jonathan. You were there. I was meant to be there, but I was there. A little bit preoccupied. But Poke versus Supernova, how'd that go?
Game 1 was surprising. Poke looked pretty darn good to reel this lead back their way. Supernova, it felt like they should have been able to do more in game 1, but they weren't able to, and Poke were just really dominant. It's by game 2 and game 3 was when we saw Supernova kind of rally. You had a really good game for Small KK. In game 1, there's not much to really stop that storm. I think that's the big issue. And Poke did manage to get the Disruptor, right? Like, Disruptor plus Doom on hand, like you have so much single target and AoE control. There's not much to be scared of. You had a Coddle that was just easy food as well from Chen, and there's nothing to stop. By game 2, though, we did see a little bit of a rally out from Supernova. They had a Tinker, Mike. We had a Tinker game with a Bounty Hunter. And that was... When that came out in draft, I told Aries I was supremely disgusted by this. It worked really well, to be fair, but, you know, it's disgusting when you pull the Tinker out, along with a Bounty Hunter. Like, you don't need any further explanation. It's Tinker Bounty Hunter. You find those kills, you keep winning. You literally, it's such a disgusting positive feedback loop. You know,
yeah,
it's
it really
just disgusting.
I mean,
to be fair, To be fair, one thing that Supernova did do is this flex with Dong. Dong on the Ember safe lane was actually insane. Like, he won his lane every single time when it was picked up. And that really enabled this disgusting flex out from Supernova. Poke just couldn't figure it out. Because, like, who last picks Tinker when you have Ember? These guys do. Disgusting.
I mean, it is pretty revolting, John, and that's kind of the thing. Like, with this combination of the Bounty Tinkers, not only can you not get away, but you get the bonus gold going for the Tinkers, so you get that Shiver's Guard timing earlier, and then once you have the Shiver's Guard up, it just becomes completely broken. And sadly for Poke, they had to deal with that. We are going to see, of course, Supernova, they, like you mentioned, John, they do get a 2-1 comeback here and do pull off the series their way. Now, props to Poke for trying to fight back all the way, but it doesn't turn out in their favor. And then, of course, you've got Piggy Killer against IGV. Now, Piggy Killer are yet to be defeated in any game. They have not lost one single game thus far, let alone one series. And every series we've watched of them so far has been quite dominant, and I believe this one was no different. IGV just didn't really stand too much of a chance.
Yeah, IGV's just been looking rough. Piggy Killer just played a lot cleaner. The neuter timing's a lot better. And for IGV, it just looked a little bit disoriented, maybe a little bit uncoordinated to find some of these fights. Like, I think the big issue, especially in game 1, is it's one of those games where you have a Disruptor, and if you're forced to use Static Storm defensively, or if you don't get the ideal Static Storm in this kind of game, it feels really bad. Like, they had a lot of circles here, Mike. The circle strat was in play. Wukong's plus Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and it just didn't line up. I think that kind of carried over into game 2 as well, where your execution on Piggy Killer is showing why they are a cut above. Like, this team is just a lot better. In game 2, I think, which we'll see after, yeah, they managed to pick the PA into the AM. So already a disgusting matchup the AM doesn't want to deal with. And Fly just had a ridiculously good time. I believe this was the game where he queued up a Daedalus, Mike, and he actually didn't finish it. He stopped at the Crystallis. And did he try to farm? I don't remember if he had time to farm anything else, but it ended at Crystallis PA. So that was a game.
Okay, that's something a little bit different. Not something you'd quite expect. I mean, maybe he was kind of thinking about changing to a Bloodthorn. Not 100% sure on that, but
No, he was definitely
fair
meaning.
enough. Fly does it his way. Still works, obviously, as they get another 2-0 victory here for the side of Piggy Killer. Poor old IGV yet to pick up a series win. I mean, maybe today's the day they can make it happen, but as you can see, it's a bit of a rough affair, and we can see the standings right here. Of course, Piggy Killer undefeated right now, 3-0. Bright sitting in second place, Cactus third, though they are basically tied up for the second and third spot. And then you've got Poke, of course, sitting at fourth, and well, the rest, the bottom four, Supernova, LRNR, Meteor, IG Vitality, they're all there. You just see IG, like they're at the bottom, yet to pick up a series. And they're up against Meteor today, who are only just ahead of them, to be fair. They're only sitting at 7th place. So it's still anyone's game between those two, but at the very least, Meteor has at least picked up a series win before. And I think we can both kind of agree, from the games we've seen so far, Meteor does look like the better team.
For sure. I think IGV versus Meteor is going to be probably one of the closer matches we have today. I think that can easily go into 3 games. I'm keen to see whether or not Meteor kind of maintain some improvement. Whereas for IGV, it just looks like a struggle for them, Mike. Like they're finding their identity as a team. They're kind of figuring out how to play around with each other. It almost feels like, just that kind of disconnect where you don't feel like a full 5-man unit. And I think that really is what separates Dota teams nowadays, how well you work as 5. So that second series is going to be something I'd argue would probably hit 3 games. But we'll see. I think Meteor has the potential to just completely shut out IGV. The first one is also, I mean, the second one's more competitive. The first one is looking like heavily favored for Piggy Killers, man. They have looked like they're on a different level. And as much as I love Lonely Rock and Roll, purely out of their name and anime choices, it's not looking sharp. Piggy Killer, they're just sharp. They're veterans. They've done this before. They've had this journey up before. And we saw their spectacular performance in that replay, that recaps we were seeing. Like, they're just feeling themselves. All of them are shining really well. Fly's having an excellent time. I love their poses here as well. They just look... the thumbs up was a very nice touch there, coming out from outside. But, Piggy Killer is just a sharp team, and for Lonely Rock and Roll, there's only so much the power of anime can do, Mike. It's not enough.
That's true, Jonathan. That is true. I mean, Lonely Rock and Roll, like, let's see what they can pull off here today. Like, this isn't a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, but, you're going up against a team that could very well just go undefeated all the way to Division 1 with the way they're going so far, and I mean, obviously, again, they're just a bunch of veterans on the side of Piggy Killer. Obviously, not going to be too hard to go up against. And I can appreciate the anime flair as well from these guys, Lonely Rock and Roll. But, well, sadly, Jonathan, it may not work out today. We're going to have to find out. It's not very appropriate for you and I to just go ahead and say Piggy Killer have got this one in the bag, but it sure as hell feels that way. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm sure the odds would reflect that as well. It's looking like a fairly rough one for the side. Yeah, look at that, 1.1 to 6.13.
Big numbers.
It's a tough one. It's been a rocky road for Lonely Rock and Roll. It felt like they had a pretty decent first week, right? Like 2-1 Meteor. We're like, all right, they beat the veterans in Div 2. They've got a pretty sharp look, and then it's just been up and down since then, not finding a win afterwards. I think that's the big issue for them. Like, the potential is there. If you can beat a team like Meteor, which, again, we've already seen from the last tour, can trade blows with some of those teams that can be promotees, you have potential, but tapping into that potential is a little bit tougher for that team right now.
Yeah, again, I'm very curious to see what they can get done. Like, they're up against the best team in China Div 2, at least for now. So very curious to see exactly what Lonely Rock and Roll can get done here, as they do need the points. They are sitting in, 6th place at the moment, tied with Meteor. So not quite a position you want to be in if you want to at least stay in Division 2. Of course, all these teams want to try and get to Div 1 if they can. So as many points as humanly possible right now is definitely required for a team like this to try and give themselves an opportunity at that. And we should have the draft underway rather soon, and that's where, I mean, you could make the argument maybe, like, no matter what Piggy Killer pick up, they should be able to pull off the win anyway. But I think that's what's going to be important, right? Like, if you're Lonely Rock and Roll, you're looking at this next draft and you're kind of like, well, Can we find a way to cheese these guys? Is there a weakness in Piggy Killer that we can kind of exploit through our drafting? And I don't know if there is. I don't know if cheese is going to work against a team like this, but I'd like to see some.
Yeah, I guess the one piece of cheese is maybe letting XM pick something like Ember and lining yourself up for like a Husker game. That could be one route. I think that kind of cheese tends to be the kind of cheese that takes games off. I don't know if it's enough to find a series, because once you Husker the one time, you're not going to get a Husker the next time for sure. So I'm unsure. I've watched a little bit of NA today as well. Surprisingly, stuff like Broodmother was completely banned. Maybe you can like first phase Brood. And that is another way of kind of getting some surprises out there. Do take a look at the most picked heroes coming out from both sides now as well. LRNR going a lot on that Mirana. Like, they've really dug that hero. Some pretty good crossover between both sides, mainly on the Mirana and Tiny. And Piggy Killer just has a little bit more, like, they have leaned into that Disruptor quite a fair bit. Just nothing too out of hand. Maybe for LRNR, it's the Quap pick that tends to stand out a little bit more, as not exactly in meta. But again, it's one of those things where if you have a good matchup for the Quap, then the momentum can kick in. It's just the hero is in a very weird spot in terms of timings right now, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think Quap's exactly meta at the moment. But, maybe it's just a favorite of theirs to try and run. I think the Mirana in particular isn't so surprising. Like, we see certain teams, they will just take Mirana every single chance they get, especially when heroes like Disruptor are banned out, right? Like, you ban out Disruptor, and they're just like, okay, just first phase Mirana. Like, it's a lane dominant hero, has impact throughout all stages of the game. We've been seeing a lot of teams really taking advantage of Moonlight Shadow as well, considering you've got limited smokes, so Moonlight Shadow is another nice kind of way to try and smoke across the map. We've been seeing a lot of this hero popping up recently, and I'm not going to be too surprised if it just gets first phased by either side, assuming those broken heroes like Disruptor and Broodmother and things like that are banned out immediately. We'll have to find out, as the draft is not yet underway, sadly, but it will be rather soon. Again, Jonathan, that's pretty much it. I mean, Piggy Killer, heavy favorites in this matchup. Would love to see an upset. Probably not going to happen, but who the hell knows? It's Dota, Jonathan. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen for sure. Like in Southeast Asia, I'm not sure if you ever saw this one, Mike, but we saw Polaris pull out a support Terrorblade with a safe lane AM. So anything can happen. That did not work, by the way. You sound impressed. That was that was absolutely horrible. So
yeah,
anything can happen.
I would hope it didn't work.
Yeah, anything can happen, but doesn't mean anything can just. I mean, anything can work, but for the most part, it doesn't. Right? That's what we have
Not
established meta.
Clearly,
unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, TV AM is not going to work. I'm going to tell you right now, Jonathan. If there's ever a meta where that works, I might just retire. That might be it for me. This is beyond my understanding at that point. TV support, AM pos one. I'm out of here. I'm too old for this crap.
I will ask you.
Hopefully, we never get to that stage. You never know, though. A patch is going to be coming out rather soon. So let's hope not.
I will ask you, though, would you have preferred the TV support or the AM support between those two evils, Mike? Because I feel like AM support is legit. TV support just doesn't do anything. AM is annoying at least.
If I had a gun to my head and I had to choose, I would say AM support 100% of the time.
Yes.
100% of the time. But that would literally have to be life or death, John. I would never, ever even consider those two. I mean, unless it's a pub game, and even then, I'm just going to be raging the whole time because my team has AMTB support heroes or whatever.
I know you would. I would never hear the end of it when you took a step away from that game. You'd be babbling on for at least half an hour about how that game was all on you. We should have won. I was playing so good. Oh, but I have an AM support and all of that nonsense, Mikey.
We should have won, Jonathan.
For sure. In a theoretical world, this probably happened. Still, what's not theoretical, Mike, is the draft is on hand, and we've got some of those bans. Do you see the Mirana being taken out by Piggy Killer? So putting, Lonely Rock and Roll in a bit of an uncomfy spot. They take out the Broodmother as well. For Lonely Rock and Roll, taking out Disruptor and DP, again, top heroes in the meta. Piggy Killer has been really comfy with him. I do like that the Ench just immediately comes out from Piggy Killer, so even if you slide into something like a Beastmaster now, you've got a solution, right? You've got a laning solution to something like the offlane Beastmaster that we know YYY loves to run on LRNR, so it's a little bit harder to pick. Shake things up a bit with the Jakiro pickup coming out. Oh, for some reason, I've seen a lot more of that Jakiro. I don't know why and I don't know where, but I remember seeing it like 2 more times than I expected. That's 2 more times than I ever expected to see it prioritized in first phase, but you know what? It's been coming out a bit, Mike.
You know what? Like I've been doing a bit of experimenting with Jakiro, especially after the changes, and like while I don't think it's extremely strong, it's still very lane dominant as a hero, right? Just with dual breath and liquid fire spam, it's quite annoying, especially once he hits level 3. The dual breath damage just basically doubles. The Ice Path obviously got buffed as well, so very, very potent kind of ability. I don't know, like, do I think the hero is strong right now? Yes. Do I think it's strong enough for the pro meta? No, but we'll find out. Like, I still feel like Jakiro itself as a hero just feels very clunky. It feels very slow. It doesn't feel like the animations are nice to use at all. And I don't feel like the spells are broken enough for this hero to feel like it deserves a place in this meta. Sure. And then you follow it up with a Dawnbreak, and now I'm even more unsure.
Yeah, like, it's a little bit strange. I feel like Dawnbreaker is kind of a decent solution for Zoo, right? Like, you have Extreme Zoo coming out from Piggy Killer. They do pick the Beastmaster into the Dawn. They didn't have last pick in that first phase. So you did kind of pick it blind, but it can be a solution to a lot of dominated creeps out there, a lot of the enchant creeps. You can kind of clear them out with your Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker. Laning-wise, it does well against ranged cores, fairly okay. Like, the main thing it counters is something like NP. Don't know if Piggy Killer will still gun for that one. The one thing about Jakiro picks, though, that I've seen recently is that the enemy team is so free to take something like Rubik. And that's the funny thing about Jakiro, right? You mentioned how sluggish it is. You mentioned how janky it is. Rubik doesn't get any of the jank. He steals your macro power, guess what? He casts it instantly. He steals your ice path, guess what? It's just out there, right? Yeah. So it makes a Jakiro pick feel that much worse when you're playing into the Rubik, because you're like, oh, this is what my hero would feel like if it actually didn't feel bad. And I think Piggy Killer can gun for that, because it looks like a pretty decent Rubik game. Like, Rubik plus your Beastmaster, not too bad of a lane. Flex Enchantress to 5 can still kind of work out, although Enchantress Beastmaster is by itself already a very good lane if you kind of wanted to run that 4-inch. So I wouldn't fault them for going for a much more hard 5 on the side of Piggy Killer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% with you. Like, I think if you did want to go Rubik, like, going back to your Rubik point, playing Rubik against Jakiro feels amazing. Like, Ice Path becomes the most broken stun in the game when you have a Rubik against it. I don't know. I appreciate the wave clear that you have on Lonely Rock and Roll. I just don't think it's enough, quite frankly. Like, I don't think it matters as much as they think it may. I mean, maybe for Lonely Rock and Roll, it's all about just being very lane dominant, which I think I would agree with anyway. Like, you just win the lanes and try to win the game from that point on. See where they go from here. Okay, so they'll take the Rubik themselves. That makes sense, right? Because if you did give it away, it's that Ice Path becomes so exhausting to play against.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much. It does provide you with a lot of good spells to steal. Like, Roar is fairly easy to steal. Honestly, you probably don't even mind taking some of the Enchantress spells. Like, the healing is decent. Enchant is pretty big as a debuff. So you really don't have any too many problems with Rubik. Rubik and Dawnbreaker lane is pretty nice as well, if they are running that off lane. This does allow Piggy Killer to just take up the Ember. Like, you don't have the hard lockdown for the Ember. What are you going to threaten him with? Ice Pat? It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Even the lift back, like, it's just not enough chain stunts. So it feels really comfy for the Ember to just run around this game as time goes on. They will take up the TB on LRNR side, which laning into the Beastmaster isn't too bad, right? As long as Metamorphosis is up. When it's down, It's a pretty ugly lane. I'd argue that this lane for Piggy Killer, you could probably just go for the Axis build. Like, even
Or
though
you-
the threat and the boars aren't that big, you can try to make aggressive plays to kill off this Terrorblade early on.
You're telling me this isn't a support TB we're looking at, John? This could be the
Unfortunately, no,
greatest
Mike.
support TB game ever.
It
What do you
could be.
mean?
Imagine the flex. You run that safe lane Dawnbreaker, TB support, mid Jakiro. Can you imagine the possibilities? This sounds like one of my pub games. I swear I've had a pub game like that where I was forced to play my Dawnbreaker safe lane.
That's
But a
your
TB
fault for not
support.
leaving the game. I'd leave
That's my
straight away.
fault indeed for not abandoning. Oh, dude, I had a game last night or something. My teammates it was like I was double stack. I was in a 2-stack with a friend. And I think our allies were, for some reason, a 3-stack that was tilted at each other. That when
Yeah.
mid and safe lane failed, we were off lane. When it failed, the guy abandoned. I was like, why would you play in a 3-stack where you're going to want to abandon, you know?
Yikes.
That's a bit of a digression, but yeah, that was weird.
Sounds
The
like
tilt stack
another day
is
of
what I
Dota
call
2. Another
The
friendship
tilt stack
broken.
going on. That's a mistake you make. When you play Dota 2 with your friends, you have to accept either we're going to lose really bad, and I have to accept that, or we're not going to be friends anymore. It's one of the two there, Mikey. It's one
Yeah.
of the two, and I always go with I accept that we're going to lose. That's my mindset.
That's a good mindset, Jonathan. I mean, you could just try winning, but that might be a little bit too challenging.
If you try, Mike, you care, and if you care, you get angry. That's the secret.
That's
That's
fair.
the secret there, Mikey.
That's fair. Slowly rock and roll.
Uh,
I hope they're going to be trying this game, John. They've got one last pick to go, still requiring a mid laner, I believe. Could still be something cheeky like a mid Jakiro, you never know. But we'll wait and see. Final pickup.
I like the Slark for Piggy Killer. It's a good way of just jumping on and softening up the Terrorblade. Like early on, it doesn't feel amazing, or like a clear-cut answer. But you steal the Agi away. You don't really have. Again, you lack hard lockdown for the Ember. So by virtue of that, you lack hard lockdown for the Slark as well. And he can just rip these softer supports to pieces. Like the Jakiro is just going to melt. You have some AoE damage to toss onto the Slark when he does use his Shadow Dance. At the same time, I don't think it's enough. And they go with the Necrophos here on Lonely Rock and Roll to try to gain some momentum back. I mean, this hero can dominate lanes. It can just absolutely crush. And that is concerning. Like, the laning phase for Fly now feels maybe a little bit worse. Like, Necrophos plus Rubik Lane can punish you quite hard. I'm keen to see how much Piggy Killer can get from that lane. They are running outside on the 5-inch. So I feel like you still have some play coming out from Piggy Killer. It shouldn't be a clear-cut, completely lost lane for Fly. At the same time, this does fix a couple of your issues. Now you have Reaper's Sight to try and pin down at least one of the slippery heroes. You gain some momentum up. You've got heavy sustain and Lonely Rock and Roll, right? Necrophos plus the Dawnbreaker with the Solar Guardian can provide a lot of healing mid-fight. And that can be a little bit scary for the side of Piggy Killer. They do have some burst combinations on hand, mainly Avalanche Toss from Frisk, but that is a support tiny. You don't really have straight up burst on hand to kill these heroes off before some healing comes in. So I can see LRNR maybe playing one weird aggressive style with a lot of healing that Piggy Killer might not be ready to play up tempo for. I still feel overall that Piggy Killer's draft is maybe a little bit more forgiving. Like, if you miss some of your timings here on the side of LRNR, chances are you just start to fall off. So I like the scaling a little bit more there on Piggy Killer.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, I'm looking at this draft of LRNR, and I just don't have much confidence in it, John. I've seen this Dawnbreaker and Necrophos combo before in drafts, and honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw it win. That's the honest truth. I cannot remember the last time we saw it win. It just... I feel like you lack team fight, you lack setup. Like, yeah, maybe you can get your Rubik later on. He picks up a Blink Dagger or a 4-staff or an Aether Lens, and he can start setting up for your team. I just find it rough to set up with a draft like this. And when you can't take off with it, it just tends to fall apart. I want to see what happens. They're going to run into Frisk here for a moment. Smoke will be broken. Frisk is going to be just fine to back his way out. But like I was saying, John, I have a lot of concerns regarding this draft. At least for LRNR. Like, I feel like Piggy Killer just, I mean, you already said it, but they have a much easier time just kind of executing this style of draft.
Yeah. I think the one thing for LRNR is their early push can be strong. You tie in for an early Metamorphosis play and maybe prioritizing mid with the Jakiro. You can take the mid-tier one fast and focus on maybe the top-tier one as well and open up the map more to try to take over. There's also one weird wildcard factor right now for the side of LRNR in that I believe D-Stones is standing in. We don't have Y here, so...
Right.
D-Stone's coming out. I haven't seen him in a while. He's, I believe he's still on YBB. How much this affects or improves their gameplay is a question.
Bit of an unfortunate start here for the Ench. Outside forced to go for the level 1 Nature's Attendance to be able to survive the onslaught that was coming. So, bit of a weaker start for the Enchantress level 1, but not the worst start nonetheless. Like, you can still go Impetus level 2 and then build into Enchant after that. We're going to start with the mid lane, though. You're going to have D-Stones against XM. This should, in theory, be a challenging lane for the Ember, because I don't think the Ember Spirit really enjoys the Necrophos matchup, though XM is trying to get as aggressive as humanly possible early on, which is basically what you need to do with the Flame Guard. But eventually, I do believe the Necrophos just starts to take over.
Yeah, it is a dominant lane for Necro. I like this little lane they've got going. Right, it's very solid for Necro to have. YYY is on hand. It's real one who's missing right now for LRNR. So you have this strong foundation to slow down XM. I think this lane is pretty much just dead for Ember. This forces you to go for almost like a max Flame Guard build, which you really don't enjoy because Sleight of Fist is your early aggression now. Like, it is better in farm, but it's just super passive, and Ember just enjoys going really active with Phase Boots or Corrosion. So I'm curious to see how much XM's impact will actually be like in the early game, because D-Stones is just shoving him out real hard.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the side lanes as well. Like, top lane, outside, and Fly going to be up against Wen Hao and, of course, YYYY. And you're seeing Fly getting very aggressive early on. Wen Hao, he's going to cop a pounce here from the Slark. No kill to come out from Fly, but this is kind of what you expect to happen. Like, you've got an Enchantress pos 5. He's still level 1. Once you've got the level 1 enchant up, like that bonus slow, that would have made the difference, that kill attempt. And so, if you're YYYY or Wen Hao, this is not going to be an easy lane for you.
No, it's really not. I think you have to watch yourself. You're all out of mana now as well in YYYY. One big issue with that Dawnbreaker is mana sustain. Solar Ring has to kick in sooner rather than later for you to really have a play in that lane. And you don't really have much counterplay. Like, you can maybe look for the lift back save by the time you hit 2. Overall, Fly should just be free to farm. And it's a little bit of a different story in comparison to, like, say, the bot lane coming out from Piggy Killer, where Ava has gone Axis 1, and then level 2 he's gone for the boar, for the call. And this is, again, not a lane that feels amazing for Terrorblade. Every time you have Metamorphosis, it feels good. Like, the Jakiro is kind of a foil to Beastmaster, so you probably don't want to max at the boars, but you still get value from maxes. Your one issue here for Ava is maybe his mana sustain. He doesn't have anything like the casual Sage Mask or for a Ring of Basilius, so spamming out the spells won't be as sustainable coming out here for the Beastmaster, but the threat is still high, and you still have 3 mangoes on hand for Ava, so you can certainly look for some opportunities. Like, if you can flank here with Frisk, get a good avalanche toss, then chances are you could probably actually kill off Big Ken or Bocce in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, for now, like, he's going to max the axes, because naturally they're going to try and make stacks of the Ancients like every Beastmaster does in the current meta. Thing is, they did place a Sentry Ward in the Dire Triangle, so he couldn't go for any stacks because the Ancient camp is currently blocked. So Ava did send a boar over there to try and stack it for himself, but sadly realized that there's no creeps because it is blocked. So we'll see when Frisk is able to get over there and just kind of de-ward the camp, which he has already got a Sentry Ward on the Courier to get that done. So it looks like he'll go sort that out now. A nice attempt, at least, from LRNR to try and slow down the Ancient stacks from happening, because you know that Ava is going to go to the Triangle at some point and just farm up the stacks with the axes. But at the very least for now, again, D-Ward's going to come out. He's going to get the stacks anyway. I just wonder whether LR&R can try to contest those stacks. With the draft they have, I find it kind of doubtful, but I would like to see them attempt it.
They can. My one issue with contesting stacks early is it leads to lots of map control. Like, I think you have a lot of better things to do than contest stacks. Like, taking objectives is a big part of LRNR's lineup that you shouldn't underestimate. Now you've got Jakiro plus TV.
Bocce. Toss up. The Jakiro, he's okay. In fact, it's Frisk that's going to be the issue now because Big Can's just going to chase him down. And the Tiny's gone. Very nice pick up there for the side of TB, or rather for the side of LRNR as, well, Bocce looked like the one to drop, but Ava, he was lacking some mana, and it didn't really seem like he was too interested in trying to force the fight, so he just lets the Tiny die.
Yeah, just a little bit of aggressive posturing out from Frisk. Does get punished for it quite severely. You have to respect the Jakiro's magic damage and the physical output of a Terrorblade. You are a Tiny, you've got 0 base armor. When he has Metamorphosis up, you really do just melt. Does give the opportunity to top up XM's bottle with the TP in, and he will find himself a water rune, so you're giving a little bit of a relief to your mid, which is necessary when you are up against Necrophos. Like, this is such a dominant lane for D-Stones. Though,
Frisk?
Oh, the toss misses.
Well, he tries. I don't think it would have been a kill anyway. To be fair, he doesn't have Ghost Shroud up, but I just don't see him dying. Like, he's already got the casual cloak up, 10 stick charges on the Necrophos. Like, even a Fairy Fire there. He definitely was not going down. Top lane. Why is currently being chased here by outside. Fly. Gonna be able to close the gap with the pounce now that the enchant was committed. Dark Pact is there as well. Why? Still trying to run. Does have the Soul Ring available, but won't even end up popping it. The Seed Shot, very, very annoying to play against. And now Fly just going to die for another. See if he can get it. Gets the tower de-aggro going. Wenhouse still trying to juke him out as best as humanly possible, but it's not going to be enough. Fly finding a double kill for himself on the Slark. And that's going to be already 2 perma Agis. They might even go for another. Why is going to show up. Why will try to force the fight. Fly actually got stunned. Oh. He's okay though. Fly able to back off, and I believe he was slowed due to the Seed Shot being thrown out again, so he couldn't actually get the kill.
Yeah. Did just get... I actually think it was the enchant onto him. So 5 seconds slow was pretty massive. And Fly gets to go back to farming. Would have been a big kill to find on LRNR, but they're not able to get that punish going for themselves. So already you're finding some openings for Piggy Killer. For the side of LRNR, like, they've got the level 6 up on D-Stones, but they don't have rune control. XM finds a power rune for himself. If he had the haste on Necro, a rotation to top with a sight, easy kill onto Fly. You know, 1 Reaper sight charge already in hand, that would have felt good, but now you're being rotated on.
Oh, the toss though. Second time that it just hasn't connected here for Frisk. Pretty hard toss to land. D-Stones is doing a very good job of staying near the creep wave every single time these come out. So it's not easy to land those tosses, but it is constantly just costing them a bit of time here on the support to try and get those kills in the mid lane. So instead, it seems like Piggy Killer, they're going to rotate bot, try to slow down the push that was coming in from Big Can, and maybe try to set up a push themselves. Mind you, it is going to be a 3-on-3 scenario now. Bot lane is top lane. Fly, currently being chased down, is going to be able to survive, but the creep wave is still chasing him down. And why? He actually had the Soul Ring available to have the mana for the Celestial Hammer, but wasn't feeling confident, so we'll leave him be.
Yeah. They have to bring in outside now just to get a little bit of healing going for Fly. They have to respect the output of a Dawnbreaker at 5. There is a lot of damage. You're trying down bot here, though. Toss back.
Well, they got the toss back this time. Chains around on Bocce. He should eventually just fall here. The axe is just flying from Ava. And that'll get the old job done. So 1-3 now. Very slight net worth lead the way of Piggy Killer. So there is a bit of a group up top lane, but Fly now does have the level 6 mark, so he can always just turn around. And in fact, they're going to try now. Outsiders, or rather outside, will show up. Not going to be enough to really chase down the Rubik, as there was why to kind of just gatekeep there for a moment. Even Bocce showing up with the TP on the Jack. D-Stones in the meantime, trying to fight XM over a power rune, does end up denying off the Invis runes, just wanting to make sure the Ember doesn't get any more. Because he's basically found every rune, apart from that last one that was denied off. And there's going to be a big rotation. 3 heroes mid lane. They've got that Reaper Scythe. They just need a bit more damage onto XM. But he's going to go for the reset. So it seems to be that he's quite aware that something is a little bit awry here in the mid lane. In the meantime, Frisk actually just took his creep wave anyway. He's dragging it over to XM, so they knew exactly where they were.
Yeah, they're ensuring XM just has this farm. Like, the one thing with the Ember in this game, when you max out Flame Guard, again, it's not the most aggressive, but it's super good in farming. So he's just going to clear out a little bit of a double stack in the jungle while he can. The farm can ramp up quite fast. His Maelstrom timing is still set to line up pretty good here on the side of Piggy Killer. So you are finding some good openings for LRNR. It just doesn't feel like you've managed to get enough from Necrophos. Yes, you did crush the lane quite nicely, but XM was still finding farm regardless. You didn't really win out the lane. You had a slight advantage throughout. And you don't have anyone that you can rotate with into the Reaper's Sight. Like, that is something that you really need to start racking up early on, because it's such a massive cooldown. Like, it's always 110 seconds, so you have like very limited uses of this spell throughout the game. And you kind of want to build up those stacks. Like, it's not the most meaningful thing at level 1, but extra HP regen, extra mana regen when you pop on your Ghost Shroud, it does a lot for you in that window where when you're trying to bail out, it can make you feel a lot tankier. And again, you kind of want to just gank around with it. Necrophos is a weird sort of tempo hero that does need early pickoffs on top of just dominating the lane. We're not quite seeing that from D-Stones yet. Not to say he's not effective, but this passive game, I've seen it hurt Necrophoses before, even when they have an early lead.
Yeah, it seems like he might want the Guardian Greaves before he really gets going, but it certainly does feel a little bit slower than necessary as they are going to make the move down bottom. Raw committed Bocce, though, is still going. This Big Cat's going to show up. They'll pop the Solar Guardian and...
What?
I mean... Alright, XM gets caught in the Solar Guardian. D-Stone's able to secure a kill, and suddenly, LRNR, they're going to push down the bottom tier 1 tower.
Now that's a little bit strange. His Remnant was clearly inside. Maybe he was trying to go for a play, dodging with Sleight of Fist, but doesn't really have the high levels to have it on lower cooldown. And he did have Remnant to toss if he wanted to really poke and prod with some damage and back out. Still good punishment coming out from LRNR. Managed to get that Reaper side I was talking about for D-Stones. So it's starting to feel a little bit better. And again, that push is up for LNR. Whenever you have Metamorphosis, it feels great. Try to rotate, but don't have the jump. It's just a little bit awkward to go up from the low ground. So they avoid a confrontation on LRNR. Piggy Killer, I mean, you are still meeting some great timings for Fly. He is actually in the mid area if they wanted to try and make a play. He's ready for a bit of a jump in.
Now, we've got plenty of heroes this time around. Ice Spot, though, going to lock a couple of them down. D-Stone's popping the Ghost Shroud, just not going to be enough. Frisk does go down in the meantime, but Fly does end up finding a secondary. And he should be just fine to survive through all this as he does go for the TP out. Nice rotations here by Piggy Killer. They do secure a 2-for-1. And they can start forcing in this mid-tier 1 tower with the siege creep they do have up. So very, very good timing here for the dire end.
Yeah, you're pretty happy finding that counter kill onto Necrophos and a nice pick off on Jakiro. Like, these kills are all going to Fly as well. He's 4 out of the 5 kills. So he's got 4 stacks of Agi up already. That's a good start for the Slark. And look at the movement from LRNR. They're just forced to hold mid. They're clumped up so tightly. The only hero getting real space out is Big Can. You've always got Y on standby with that Solar Guardian ready to go. But he's not going to be joining in early on. They just want to protect that mid as much as possible.
Mid lane, they're still trying to protect this ward here. Piggy Killer really don't want to allow this Observer ward to go down. Thing is, LRNR, they know exactly where it is. They want to deward it so bad. But it's just constantly being monitored here by Outside and Frisk. They're just not allowing it. Meanwhile, XM just causing all kinds of havoc in the mid lane. We'll remnant away. But there's 3 heroes just consistently being stuck in the mid. here for Lonely Rock and Roll, and that is not going to be a good feeling whatsoever. It does kind of go back to the support duo, right? Like, this support duo isn't the best kind of roaming and making things happen. So they are kind of relegated to staying with their Necrophos and trying to make plays with him. Otherwise, you'd want to try and make plays with Y on the Dawnbreaker, but he seems to be going the classic Deso build-up. So he also wants to play a slow game, which again may or may not favor Lonely Rock and Roll.
I'm not the biggest fan of the off-lane Deso Dawnbreaker in most games. I think you have a better time with, say, just being this front line, acting as either an aura carrier, as we see, I think, Blacklist do in Southeast Asia, or more of a fighting hero, you know, with stuff like, say, your Shard, your BKB, maybe a blink timing. Just act like initiator for your team, because you do lack like that great initiation outside of counter fights with Solar Guardian. So we'll see if the Deso pays off. The timing should still be pretty good for Y overall, but that does mean you're sustaining farm on what feels like 3 cores outside of D-Stone. Even D-Stone, again, also is just waiting for his full item to
Poured out. Ice Path top lane. The Starbreaker, not quite enough, but Fly's still going to go. They brought enough bodies this time around, and Wenhao does a fantastic job of catching him in the lift. So that tier 1 top tower is going to drop here for the side of Piggy Killer. LRNR going to be very happy with that. And Piggy Killer, like, considering their draft, they really have not been able to find as many objectives as they would hope, I think, as that mid-tier 1 tower is still standing. Mind you, Ava has not been too involved. He is still just trying to farm towards the Helm of the Overlord. But it is certainly allowing Lonely Rock and Roll to have a much better game than anticipated, at least so far.
Like, this early game is feeling solid from them. They're still within the striking mark of gold. It's not a massive lead for the side of Piggy Killers. And the next objective they really need to take is that, well, they've taken the mid, actually. I didn't even notice a while ago. They just need to maybe plant some forward wards now for vision coming out. Like, just contest some of the farm. Big Can is facing up against Fly by himself.
That he is. Fly, actually the one that needs to back off, because there are heroes rotating to help out Big Can. A constant kind of net worth battle between Big Can and, of course, Flyers. Both of them are literally 50 gold difference between each other at the moment. It's a matter of who you end up favoring a little bit later on, but well, at least for now, you should be hitting a timing rather soon for Fly, I think, where he does pick up the Shadow Blade, and that does allow him to just start going. Why, again, going to find him here on the Dawnbreaker, but does just let him go. Realizes he can't really do much about the Slark at the moment. And that is another interesting point to make. Like, Fly has not bothered trying for the Ags build-up. He'd rather the Shadow Blade, which I suppose is fair if you want to be super aggressive a little bit earlier.
I think it still works. I feel like overall the Ags build-up is a lot better. Just because Echo Saber, Disassembly, then go for your Ags along with a Mage Slayer, it feels pretty good. Especially against this lineup.
Raw committed.
Ooh.
Raw stolen by Wenhao. In fact, no, he got the balls. They will still Reaper Scythe and take him out, though. A nice pick up here by the side of LRNR. Wenhao, I mean, like I said, he got the Call of the Wild Boar, which isn't actually the worst thing to steal. They will look to just play the slow game again. Like, this is a very even matchup considering the standings between these two teams. Not something you would quite expect, but so far so good for Lonely Rock and Roll.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of controlling. I think my one concern with scaling towards the late game is you do have presence with all of your heroes, but Slark is a hero that just enjoys whacking onto your big cores as the game goes on. Like, once the levels are up for Fly, once the items are up, eventually when he does have Ags, this hero can feel really hard to pin down. Outside?
Yeah, probably just dead hit. Try and buy as much time as he possibly can, but they'll just lock him down. Bocce, the one to take the kill here on the Jakiro. At least in terms of kills, LRNR still doing a damn good job. Net worth still less than 1k in the advantage of Piggy Killer. So a very, very close game, and I think they really have to start abusing the timings once they do have them up. You're going to have very similar timings between the Helm of the Overlord and the Shadow Blade of the Slark, so I think once you have those timings, you just want to go, as they do find Big Can, but he just sunders. And Fly is forced to just run his way up.
Yeah, Just have to respect that LRNR would drag the bodies in to protect Big Can. Does go back to just farm his triangle. Already has the full Manta up along with his Falcon Blade, so there's some stats to play with here on the Terror Blade. You're not just gonna completely melt to the output coming through here from the side of Piggy Killer. For Piggy Killer's part, I mean, you've got the Blink on Frisk. This is when Piggy Killer should be able to make more happen on the map. But again, considering their playstyle right now, they probably don't feel like they need to. They just want to keep the scaling. They want to get bigger and fly. He had a pretty good laning phase, just kind of slowing down here in the mid game.
Oh, bottom lane, Frisk. Oh, another toss fail. They have Roar up as well. That's the thing. Like, they could just initiate with the Roar instead, but they wanted the toss back. They wanted to try and maybe get him a little bit further from that tier 2 tower as mid lane. Solar Guardian committed, trying to save Wen Hao. The stun will land in time, so why? At least going to try and trade for their trouble. He's going to fight outside, but the Glimmer Cape is going to buy a little bit too much time. So now XM can join in. Fly in the meantime, he's been chased on the side. Reaper Scythe will connect and Fly is gone. Bocce will secure the kill once again here on the Jakiro. As the rest of Piggy Killer do show up, another great Ice Path though from Bocce. Going to lock two of them down. Outside is going to drop here to the Celestial Hammer. And it seems like LRNR, well, they'd love a bit more right now, but they won't be able to get it. Still huge kills to go the way of the Radiant side and Piggy Killer. I mean, these fights just look very awkward. As Big Can, in the meantime, just takes the top tier 2 tower.
So much space to be given out here for LRNR, and Big Can is utilizing that well.
XM?
Piggy Killer?
I mean, surely he's got a remnant to escape to. He's going to be a little bit cautious here because Wen Hao is sticking around, but they don't believe they can actually get the kill, and he's just going to TP up. He's fine.
Yeah, plays a little bit on the edge, but does manage to bail out in the end. And LRNR, they've played around their early timings really well here. I think for Piggy Killer, it's just a little bit disconnected. They're the ones that look a little bit lost right now. Like these avalanches, these tosses from Frisk just not connecting on the right targets. Having XM just go full defensive right now, like Maelstrom into BKB, it does make sense. At the same time, you really don't have damage output right now on the side of Piggy Killer. Like you don't even have value points in the impetus right now from outside, so he can't trade blows to the middle. He's just kind of walking cannon fodder right now with some heal and a slow on hand. It feels like Piggy Killer can't fully commit into these fights unless Fly somehow works the angles. He's working onto the Ags next now. This is where the Stark really starts to feel a lot more mobile. You know, maybe hunt down to those supports. You've got to take out Wen Hao and you've got to take out Bocce. The damage output of Bocce is still pretty damn high. And if these stones sights you on top of that Macropyre, you're more than likely just dead, no matter how much HP you have. They're going to have the burst damage to drag you down to that threshold and just get a free Reaper Sight charge up once more.
It is a nice kind of lockdown here, and the damage that Jakiro can kind of pump out is quite ridiculous, if allowed to, that is. And certainly Bocce has done a fantastic job this game of being able to do so, as we are going to have the go-ahead here between these two teams. 8-6 so far, 1k advantage now the way of Lonely Rock and Roll. Still feeling very, very confident, allowing so much space here for Big Can on the TB is Roshan's going to get forced by Piggy Killer. I don't know about this.
It's risky.
This is risky. Metamorphosis is down, but I think that's the least of your worries. Toss is back though, Bocce is gone. Solar Guardian has been committed already. Why? Trying to make his way in. There's going to be a star break into a Reaper's Sight, so they have got Frisk down as well. Fly, though, seeing that, wants to go for the fight. They'll take down Wen Hao. They want the Necrophos rule bad, but instead they'll go after Wine, the Dawnbreaker. Wine will drop. D-Stones, in the meantime, is going to get roared up by Ava. And so the team fight does go the way of Piggy Killer. The risk does pay off. And Roshan should just be theirs.
It just goes back to the point we made earlier there, Mike. Like, you jump the supports, and the fight disappears from the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. Like Bocce dropping there early, dropping the Macropyre in an unideal circumstance, the site having to be used on the Tiny. It's not ideal. Like you want to lock in the Slark, you want to lock in the Ember more, but at Reaper's site, and they finding that Aegis, it puts Piggy Killer back in a pretty equal position once more. In this game, granted, there was never a massive lead for either side, but it does help set that momentum up for the side of Piggy Killer. Like the Ags now off the back of that fight is pretty much only one part away with the disassembly here for Fly. So the double pounce is going to be up. It's going to feel harder and harder to play this game. Frisk.
Lane, they're going to find Wenhao. Wine's going to try and move in. Nice little Glimmer Cape going to save Frisk for now, though they will drop the Macropyre with the dust, but Frisk is going to be just fine through it. More than tanky enough. They will just back their way out. So it seems like Piggy Killer have hit those timings that they needed to try and make these kind of plays happen. Looking to slowly become more aggressive on this map. And they'll move down to the bottom tier 2 tower. I mean, they have the Helm of the Overlord, so why not get it started? Even the bonus enchanted creep as well. The push can be quite ridiculous. Oh, they even got a Dragon Scale on Ava, just in case they needed a little bit more. It will get defended, though, for now. But it does seem like Frisk is waiting for the moment where he can make a jump in for a toss back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not going to go for it yet. Meanwhile, D-Stones has picked up a Radiance, so it doesn't bother finishing off the Guardian Greaves. Goes for the full Radiance build-up. We'll see if that makes the difference that they're looking for.
It's a good timing for the Necrophos. The mischance makes it really annoying for the Slark to play into as well.
Oh,
and Necrophos
why?
is a hero that survives long as well.
Or rather pounces there from Fly. And Y should really have no chance of getting out, though. A nice ice path is going to force Outside to take the kill. But they do at least secure the Reaper's Scythe, not quite enough.
Oh, no.
The Glimmer Cape, of course, is going to make it very hard to actually burst the Slark down with that Reaper's Scythe. And now Fly wants to reinitiate. He's got 10 stacks of the Agi up already. He just wants to keep getting more. Ice Path is down, but Wenhao is getting shredded here by Fly. Bocce will now be the next target. They'll try to heal him up, but Bocce is just constantly being chased down here. But Fly, he's going a little bit too deep. He's going to lose the Aegis, but I suppose he can just keep going. There's no real reason to slow down. D-Stone's now caught out by the Roar. Wenhao is down here to the Ember. Solar Guardian does come in, but it makes no difference. Because Y now needs his own way out. And he should be just fine, as they've actually left him behind. They'll just leave him alone and won't try for the kill. But they forced the buyback. They've got 3 deaths here for the side of LR&R. You'd be more than happy about that if you're Piggy Killer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're finding your openings. You're forcing some pretty awkward fights out from the side of LR&R. Having to buy back on Y is heavy financial commitment. Like that stalls out your BKB a fair bit. That stalls out your Blink. They still lack like solid initiation coming out from LR&R. You are still getting this really good farm up on Big Can, but this TB versus Slark matchup, it's very timing focused, right? If you have Metamorphosis up on TB, you win flat out no matter what. But if the Slark catches you while that spell's on cooldown, that's when the fight kind of feels nightmarish for Big Can to play.
Oh, Outside. Forstaff is there just in the nick of time. He's actually surviving through this. Eventually he will go down. I was going to say, be a bit ridiculous if he just casually walked away from 4 heroes, and he will not. Only thanks to the Starbreaker of Y are they even able to take the kill to them, so to be fair. And, well, they get something for their trouble. But they're 7k now behind, so Lonely Rock and Roll might have to go back to the drawing board, keep that farm going onto Big Can. Even though Big Can himself has hit a nice timing with the Eye of Skadi, it seems like he's going to go to the Butterfly before he really starts to get involved with his side.
Yeah, the Butterfly, again, the mischances for the Slark are so annoying to deal with. You can go for MKB or a full Bloodtorn. Either one helps your cost massively. But the Bloodtorn is going to be hard to answer on a Butterfly, especially with the Manta up. Still chasing aggressive, though, Piggy Killer. No one around, though.
It's trying to find something to do here. Piggy Killer understanding how powerful they are right now. Fly, he's going to head up north. Big Can, Hiding in the tree line, not showing himself, and luckily he doesn't. Oh, what a pounce! Oh, Fly. I mean, he might die. He'll pop the Shadow Dance. He's going to be all right for now as they chase down Big Can. Solar Guardian going to help out. Sunder is there. Big Can looking to fight back. We'll go back after Frisk. And we'll have the Tiny. Fly? He's going to show up again. He's going to be all right.
Is under attack.
What a pounce it was. Completely blind, just kind of hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a bait. He baited Frisk in to die, trying to back him up. Just not enough output on the TB. And that's where things are awkward, right? Like, TB's big. He's got the Eye of Scotty. When he hits back, the Slark doesn't feel that safe in the middle of these engagements.
Oh.
And it just boils into an awkward fight. Maybe a support pickoff could be good.
Yeah, poor old Wen Hao. Gonna have to donate some more agi here to Fly. Well, Fly, he saw himself another support, so we'll go for the chase. Pounce is a little bit off the mark. Bocce,
Is under attack.
he's gonna just run towards the west of the map. But Fly, can we get another blind pounce for you, sir? Not gonna find Bocce. He's gonna see a courier, but not gonna be able to snipe that. However, Big Can. Oh, he's hiding. Fly does spot him. Needs the pounce angle though, and he can't get it.
No, not a... If he got that again, man, onto Big Can, he would have such a strange... It's such a strange magnet to be a magnet for, of all things, pounce. Arrow magnet, sure. Hook magnets, no problem. That happens all the time. But pounce magnets in the dark, just not something you ever hear of too often.
Certainly isn't, Jonathan. As we are going to have another pause, which is something that happens very often in this game, number one. We'll see what the issues are now from the side of LRNR. They've had a couple here. 11 to 16, though, is the game state. 8k net worth advantage here for Piggy Killer. I mean, you've still got this huge TP. TB is what I was meant to say. Like, Big Can is absolutely massive in terms of net worth. But once the butterfly is up, sure, you're going to have a lot more issues trying to deal with him this game. But I just don't know if it's enough. Like, you made the point in the draft phase that the current meta is really revolving around 5v5s, and that's what it feels like. Like, as a team, I feel like he just can't do it on his own. He needs the help, and I'm starting to doubt that you have enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. I think you do have enough support to enable your Terrorblade, but it's really the Terrorblade against the world with 4 heroes to kind of heal him up, get some control for the Terrorblade, not necessarily do damage. You have this one knockout spell in the Reaper's Sight, and that's it. Whereas you compare that to Piggy Killer right now, I mean, they've got the Roar to help lockdown, you've still got decent output on XM, and he is building into the Ags to have more mobility to dance around these fights, which you don't have the hardest lockdown on LRNR. And the one foil to the Reaper Sight burst play is really just the Glimmer Cave. It ruins Necrophorus by a huge amount. Like, it just doesn't feel good when you sight someone at, like, say, 40 HP and a Glimmer Cape comes on, and guess what? They don't die.
Yeah.
Your spell's on cooldown. It's 110 seconds, all levels. Necrophorus is such a weird hero, dude. Like, Zhong tries to explain to me the in and outs of Necrophorus, and I'm always like, you know, we always talk about the shortcomings of it sometimes, and it's like, yeah, this hero is not a hero that enjoys not snowballing. No, it's like, it's so momentum-based. And you've had a pretty good game here for D-Stones, but it's around this time, 27 minutes to 35 minutes, where the Necrophorus can feel like it drops off quite hard. I think it's funny, I feel like if Necrophorus had something like something similar to like Leshrac Ags, like Nihilism, something that just acts as a weird sort of util and maybe spell amp, Necrophorus might have like a much more diverse buildup, but every time it's locked into like Guardian Greaves, sometimes a Kaya Sanj, the Radiance if you're ahead, and then a Pipe, and you're just kind of the ore builder from that point onward, which as a mid hero is not ideal, because you really don't have a playmaker right now in LRNR because you went for Necrophorus mid. Whereas in comparison, you've got the Tiny 4 for Piggy Killer, you've got XM who's been running around like a madman. Like, all of these heroes on the side of Piggy Killer can make plays, except for maybe the Ench, but that is an Enchantress.
Yeah. Well, Piggy Killer Still 10k advantage their way. Obviously looking for a fight right now if they can afford to take one. Big Can, again, still highest net worth on the board, but not by much. In fact, it does get overtaken now by XM on the Ember. Ag's now up on XM, Blink now available on Ava. So even more initiation from the Beastmaster, even more mobility for the Ember. And the Ag's timing also always feels very, very detrimental if you are on the other side. It's such a powerful Aghanim Scepter here on the Ember Spirit. This next fight could be a very messy affair if you are Lonely Rock and Roll. Seems like they might get started at the top lane. There is going to be a big smoke up. 3-man smoke here from Lonely Rock and Roll. Big Can might try to bait for his team, and he is trying. Top lane farming all by himself, but his team's left him. Luckily, he won't get picked off. They did back off for a moment and start running the other way, which was very risky. Now the bait might pay off. Frisk is going to jump in. There's going to be a Solar Guardian right on top of the Slark's head. In fact, they've got him.
Ooh.
Fly is gone. He gets caught with his pants down as now a Reaper Scythe going to kill off Frisk. Outside trying to run, but the Ice Path will lock him down. And now Roshan's available.
That is really awkward for Piggy Killer, just running up with Fly. Not respecting that maybe the enemy team is hanging right behind the Terrorblade. And the chain stuns were just perfect. They lock him in, he's not able to do anything, he gets pinned down in the macro power, and he just melts. They've got the output to deal with Roche as well, with the Metamorphosis still running. The Deso minus armor coming in from Y. So it's going to be a big one.
Avis
They are
wolf.
They
XM jumps in, Avis on the
No.
deck, but D-Stones picks it up. XM though still trying to fight on his own. The Shards was on the deck in the meantime. Sunder is out, but look at XM just tearing them apart.
Holy.
Bocce's gone. They can't keep up with the remnants. They've lost the Aegis as well. Y is still trying, but a great juke out of the Starbreaker. XM. I mean, he made a mistake earlier, but man, does he correct it? 3 heroes going down if you include the Aegis. What a play from the Ember.
That is insane. I mean, if he actually forced the issue onto Big Can, like Big Can just used Sunder to try and save. He could have possibly found a Terrorblade kill. And they clean up so nicely. Like that is the one thing that makes Ember so scary in this game.
Jump in. They've got the Necrophos now. D-Stones, he just had an Aegis on him and suddenly his real life is in danger. They will not be able to take him out quite yet. But they are certainly looking to assert their dominance here on Piggy Killer as they are not leaving the mid lane. Still looking to go in for more. Just hanging around, making sure that they can't leave the base here, Lonely Rock and Roll. They are going to try, but they'll have to live it now. It's a little bit too risky.
Yeah, it's way too much risk. I mean, you just lost Aegis. That's not a great feeling for LRNR at all. They are still getting this timing on Big Can. Now the full butterflies up. So you do have ways of just staying alive longer in that fight. The Terrorblade, it does feel like they need to kill everyone else and then focus on TB, which is easier said than done considering the output of Big Can right now. It's not a hero you can ignore. You are, I believe you have the full Bloodtorn flying out here on your Sark. No, he actually doesn't. He just flies out the Basher. So no sort of Bloodtorn to deal with the evasion on hand just yet. He does have some control, but the Butterfly evasion plus Radiance is going to cause a lot of issues for the Slark. And that is something that will feel a little bit more painful here for the side of Piggy Killer.
Oh, mid lane, still a group up here. Piggy Killer looking to jump in. Outside, going to show up here. Just pokes at D-Stones. And that's actually a lot of damage just with the one impetus shot. Does have the enchanted quiver, so be a little bit wary of that if you are against outsiders. Frisk going to jump in, looks for a toss back, does get one onto Wen Hao. Reaper Scythe already committed on Frisk. He barely survived through it, though he will finally go down. But the rest of the team are kind of falling apart here for Lonely Rock and Roll. They will lose Bocce. Big Can is actually going to find Ava. The Beastmaster down. In fact, now outside the one in danger is he'll try to run. Fly in the meantime. He picks off Wen Hao, but he's in the middle of nowhere. He'll need to pounce out as outside does finally drop to the Terrorblade damage. And that is still the one saving grace, it seems. The Big Can still carry this game for them. It's going to take a lot. But with the butterfly now up, he is incredibly hard to deal with.
Now, you don't have a straightforward solution from the side of Piggy Killer. And Piggy Killer, they utilize their mobility really well, but they dive into the tier 3. No one can follow through. The rest of their team was left behind to be eaten up by that Terrorblade of Big Can. Like, Ava just melted. Could not stand his ground. Popped his BKB, just died in the middle. You really need a way of dealing with that Terrorblade. The Hex is one good solution coming out here from Ava. And once that's up, you can maybe hope for the burst window to be long enough that you jump onto the Terrorblade and kill him off. You do see Fly going back for that Bloodthorn now. So that should fix some of the issues you have with missing your shots. And again, if you can just chain stun the TB, like get the Hex and then Bloodthorn on, Roar right after, and prevent him from using his Manta style up, then you have that window to kill him. But Piggy Killer has to stay disciplined in these fights. They can't afford to be jumping a Jakiro so far away when the rest of their team can't follow up and just leaving this Terrorblade alone. And Big Can does clean up. You have to respect the output of the Terrorblade here, Mike.
Yeah, you really do. Especially when the Metamorphosis is available, like you really cannot underestimate how much damage this man can deal. Another smoke up here from Lonely Rock and Roll. They are just going to roam towards the top side of the map, maybe seeing if they can pick off XM on the Ember. XM is sticking around. The rotation is kind of going the long way around here from Lonely Rock and Roll, and XM might just reveal himself now, and does on the creep wave. Oh, Remnant back towards when how though they were waiting in the wake. Oh, XM gets caught, Reaper's Sight, that's going to be enough. Why to take the kill? And that was his unstoppable streak being taken. But they are forced to immediately rotate down bottom to try and defend. But they'll be fine to do so. The tower took hardly any damage.
Yeah, it's not quite enough output coming through from Piggy Killer, and they find some good punishment on LR&R. That's what they have to do. You take out XM, you take out a lot of that punch that Piggy Killer has right now. Your Slark is big, but it still doesn't match up to the Terrorblade. It's all down to the Ember trying to be really disruptive in these engagements. So you have a moment now where there is breathing room. You can keep this farm game going. You're going to have the full Satanic for Big Can sooner rather than later. You do have the full Bloodthorn up from Fly in comparison. So you do negate a lot of the evasion EHP you're getting out here. It massively softens up Big Can if you can focus in, but it has to be down to really good chain stance.
Oh, nice ice path. Fly. He had the Dark Pact going, so he's going to be all right. Scary moment there for Fly. Had he not had the Dark Pact, that could have been a very quick kill onto the Slark. With suddenly Piggy Killer backs against the wall at the moment. Not feeling quite as confident as they once did. It's Lonely Rock and Roll remaining as a unit. Like, you have the side lanes being pushed out by some supports, but overall they'll keep the rest together. Fly gonna have a hunt around here on the Slark, see if he can find anyone in that Radiant Triangle, but seems like he will not. In the meantime, now a Daedalus fully up on Big Can, and they want to try and surprise reveal this. Mind you, they did just commit their BKB TP away on Y, so he can Solar Guide it in, but this is going to be without his own BKB up. They're still going to try and force the fight, though. Never mind. Lonely Rock and Roll, they are going to back off.
And they don't venture too far here on Lonely Rock and Roll, and that's Piggy Killer with a smoke out. If they find that angle, again, the chain stuns, they hammer it in onto that Terrorblade. That's where the fight starts to go southbound.
Oh,
for the side of LR&R if they're not careful.
They're pinging out Y. They're avoiding the mid lane altogether. They want the Dawnbreaker, and Y is going to get caught. Frisk makes the jump in. A beautiful avalanche toss into a Bloodthorn, and Aurora is going to ensure the Dawnbreaker is dead. No buyback available. That's a big opening now for Piggy Killer to try and approach high ground. Question is, do they actually want to try for high ground, or are they going to just wait for the next Roshan? Because it doesn't seem like they're really going to try and make that play happen.
Nah, you can't force it. It's really dangerous to dip into that area. You're up against Jakir with lots of clear as well. It's not really a sustainable push onto the high ground. You need more kills.
Well, here we go again. They might have another one. D-Stones will get tossed back into a side device. He's gone. Wen Hao now getting pounced on here by Fly, and he's also gone. In fact, XM, he's just jumping right in onto the Jakiro. That's Bocce gone. And now the high ground's definitely possible.
Yeah, they just get ripped apart. And again, with this lineup on LRNR, it's all down to Big Can. He's the big threat. He's not even able to come in, use his metamorphosis, try to scare off the side of Piggy Killer. And the aggression from Piggy Killer to find these openings, to find when they're split up is massive.
He could find out that time around, surrounded by illusions. He wasn't even trying for it. Was committed by Bocce anyway, so you do get a bit of a bonus here by just forcing the buyback out for the Jakiro. But Piggy Killer, they've already finished with the mid-racks. So just the buyback was literally just in case the tossback was there onto the TB. Because I don't believe Big Can has quite enough of buyback, and that is the case. He does not have enough gold right now to buy back if he does go down. And well, top lane, they might need his assistance right now because Bocce's been caught out. He just brought back into the game and he's going back to the graveyard immediately. Down for 70 seconds. That might allow another high ground attempt here from the side of Piggy Killer. I just don't see how you slow them down now.
You don't. It's down to trying to punish them on the engage. And I think the ideal circumstance for LRNR is always to play as 5. So that moment they split up, it was just that small opening Piggy Killer needed to abuse the fact that the Terrorblade's not there to be a threat. Without the Terrorblade, you can clean up almost everyone one by one. You're so massive on the side of Piggy Killer that you've got a lot of leeway to get that done. You've got the Hex up now in Ava as well, so additional control that we were talking about kicking into play. And that's where things get really scary for Big Can in the middle of these fights. Like, if he is caught out, he is manageable now with his lineup here.
Fly. Bottom lane got caught by a Starbreaker, but that was about it. He's still fine to back his way out of that. I mean, they take all the T2 towers, but it seems like they're just waiting for Roshan. It's only 5 seconds away from respawning, and they've got the units to scout it out pretty much immediately. So Roshan will spawn up now, and I'm sure they'll just go right ahead and just take that instead of trying to force high ground again. There's no reason to risk it. It's just kind of the storyline of this meta as well. Like, high ground is so challenging to force that you're almost forced to just go Roshan every time. Like, there's no real choice in the matter. Mind you, there is going to be a 5-man smoke. Lonely Rock and Roll naturally not going to want to allow this to go down for free. Chris, though, is going to be there to break the smoke. And I think it may just be too late anyway. Roshan is gone. And now they want the chase. Who do they find? A double chains out. They've got Y. They've got the TB. But XM, he's going after the support instead. He wants Wen Hao. And the Rubik already caught out. Healed up, but is still going to drop. He has no buyback available on the Rubik. Meanwhile, Y going to jump in with his BKB. Cannot kill off outside. In the meantime, though, Fly's gone. He's lost the Aegis. Big Can just takes him out. But they've already lost Y on the Dawnbreaker. Now Fly can try to get to work. He does have to be somewhat cautious, though. He'll get caught by an Ice Farm, but nobody's aiming him down. The Slark is free to get right to work, and he will chase down the Necrophos. D-Stones is gone. They're on to Big Can now. He's also dead. GG is called. They have the buyback on Big Can, but they just don't see a 2v5 working out. So game 1 will go the way of Piggy Killers 42 minutes and 9 seconds in. And I'll tell you, like, Lonely Rock and Roll, they were off to a pretty damn good start. Like, first 10, 15 minutes of the game, it felt like it was anyone's game. But after Piggy Killer got their key items, like the help of the Overlord and the Shadow Blade on the Slark, it just felt like it was all over.
Yeah, I mean, there were still a few mistakes Piggy Killers were bringing out. Like, Fly was just hyper-aggressive on his Slark to the point where it was really punishable. But like, they managed to turn around these fights. They started to know, right, if we take out these supports, the cores have no control. Absolutely no control. There's not much they can do without the Jakiro and the Rubik. And that's where we really saw it kick in. Like that first Roche fight, which we are taking a peek at now. They managed to clear out the Aegis immediately. They managed to get a lot of punishment going on. XM just dancing around like a madman. And every single time it looked good, it's when Piggy Killer finds LRNR split up. You know, like they're not together. They're not able to cover each other's weaknesses, and they just get torn to shreds one by one. Like this key timing from LRNR, it felt big, but again, when you look at this draft from Lonely Rock and Roll, it doesn't feel like they have an easy way of initiating, of starting these fights themselves. So they're always playing on the back foot, always kind of playing real defensively. And when their defensive lineup isn't in a good position to back each other up, it just falls apart. Like if it boils down to having that Necropost mid. Yes, it held a really good lane against XM. It slowed down XM by quite a fair bit. But because of it being a Necropost mid, you don't have a playmaker. In comparison, look what XM can do in these fights. He's in and out, weaving back and forth, forcing control onto himself, forcing attention to himself, cleaning up vulnerable supports. And the Necropost, while Reaper Scythe is big, it just doesn't have that same impact as the Ember does at this point in the game.
No, it certainly doesn't. And if we were to choose an MVP, John, I kind of want to go to XM as well on the Ember, because there was plenty of moments where he just kind of popped off and took over the game. Like, there was that very awkward death within the first, I think, 10 minutes where we were both kind of just speechless. So he remnanted right into a Solar Guardian and just got stunned into bursted down. But nevertheless, I think if you were to choose an MVP on the side of Pika Killers, it has to be XM. You know, his KDA doesn't look the best, but he popped off. Like, he just kind of carried the team through the mid game, created all the space, made life absolutely hellish. And then there was that crazy, not Roshan steal, because he did not get the Aegis or the Roshan kill, but he just took the Aegis away immediately from D-Stones and found a support pick-off on his own. So props to him. So you see the amount of damage he's already dealt, his kill participation, absolutely huge here for the Ember. And overall, I feel like if Fly failed to carry this game, XM probably would have found a way to do it himself with the Ember. So props to the man himself. That is going to be game one in the books here. Of course, Pika Killers were the favorites, but they do take game number one. In not convincing fashion, though. It was closer than it probably should have been based on what we saw in the odds. So who knows what the hell happens in game two. Obviously, you and I is what I was meant to say. John, can't wait for the next draft to come up, as we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after the break, we'll be back with game two's draft between Pika Killers and, of course, the side of, I already forgot the name, Lonely Rock and Roll. We'll see you guys soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to our Game 2 draft here between Lonely Rock and Roll and, of course, the side of Piggy Killer. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. First game was rather good back and forth. I think Lonely Rock and Roll surprised us, but how well they were doing a little bit early on, but Piggy Killer just bounced back in. You know, they managed to rally in that game and just take over. XM had an insane time. And I'm keen to see what changes for Lonely Rock and Roll. I think a big issue in their draft was really just opting for the Necrophos mid. Like, yes, it can win the lane against Ember, and XM's game was slowing down a fair bit, but he wasn't completely shut down. And you did lack playmaking on the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. Like, they could not try and dictate any of these fights on their own terms. It felt like they were just much more reliant on Piggy Killer jumping in and taking a bad fight and punishing after that. Like, their biggest play was seeing this commitment come out from the side of Piggy Killer and then having Solar Guardian on top. So maybe something a little bit more tempo for D-Stones on mid, you know, have something that can start these fights for you, something that you can dance around with here as well.
We'll find out very soon because the draft is basically underway here. Of course, you can see the odds are still in the favor of Piggy Killer, though they're a little bit closer than they were in game one, and I think that's kind of fair because, again, they did show signs where we could have seen a game one upset here from Lonely Rock and Roll. So I'm glad to see the odds have kind of, you know, gotten a little bit closer because I think that's more than fair. I believe last time around it was 1-6 or something like that, so it wasn't favoriting Lonely Rock and Roll whatsoever. Again, though, the draft is going to be underway here for game number 2 here between these two teams. I wonder where they change things up. In fact, I'm already pretty unhappy what I'm seeing here in this new draft because we are going to have the classic Disruptor Naga Siren combination, which I swear to God has not gone out of meta in the China region for,
Never.
I mean, it must have been at least 5-6 years now. We've watched this duo.
Yes, from the time we started to do this kind of professionally, it's been there. It's like, the funny thing is, the one thing to fade was actually Io Gyrocopter. That disappeared, but not Naga Disruptor. Naga Disruptor always comes out at some point. To be fair, I feel like these two heroes are in a good spot, especially in the right matchup. Like, Naga Siren is a good hero when you don't have any illusion clearing heroes. They can protect that pick now with a lot of bans. Disruptor's a top tier support right now. I feel like it's actually a really good answer to Tiny, especially in lane. Like, Tiny has to walk up to be effective. You just spam Glimpse. You laugh at him for wasting his time, then you poke him with your right click. It's kind of sad for Tiny in the lane when things go right for the Disruptor. So I'm keen to see how Piggy Killer responds. I mean, the Nature's Prophet is still a strong hero. You know, it's kind of been ignored by a lot of teams, but it still has impact when it does get running. In this scenario, I'm not sure if you actually want it as your pause 1 up against a Naga. It can work, but it also isn't like, you know, straightforward illusion clear. It doesn't quite deal with the Naga fully, which I think can be an issue. You might be able to get away with, say, the Ember coming out here for Piggy Killer. If it's not banned out, I wouldn't be surprised if they just opted to pick it up right away and just last pick in that second phase for their support instead. Just because the clear is there, although Storm or Ember into Disruptor can be awkward. Like, we have seen that feel really bad. If you get Glimpse into Static Storm, it's not a good time. So there are answers here. I wonder if Bocce's in, like, a separate boot camp. He's in, or is that an internet cafe?
It looks like a LAN cafe from what I saw. Yeah, so he could be in a LAN cafe right now. Piggy Killer, they do take Jakira for themselves this time around. Obviously, any form of magic damage is going to be great against Naga Siren, so makes enough sense you go down that route. I was going to say that I thought they'd go down the Rubik route, but they actually end up banning it out themselves. So it seems like they're more than happy to play against the opening duo of LRNR without having to go down the Rubik route for now. Jakiro, I still think it's pretty damn strong. Like, we saw great moments from Bocce in game number 1 with that Jakiro. I think the recent changes to make the hero just feel a little bit better have made all the difference. Like, especially the fact that Macro Pyre, as soon as you drop it now, does the first tick of damage. it does make it feel so much more impactful in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, it does. And it feels a lot easier to utilize that. I know when it initially came out, like the tree breaking being taken away was something some members of the community cried about. It just feels a lot better in juke spots now, though, because everywhere you juke, you're kind of burning. So it has a little bit more utility coming out there. It is also somewhat of an answer to Naga Siren in the sense that, you know, you can burn down those illusions quite well. But because you picked the Jakiro first, Lonely Rock and Roll get to pick up the Ember Spirit. And Piggy Killer doesn't really have lockdown for that Ember, which we saw as an issue in the last game as well, for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. So now they get to have fun with the Ember. They don't have to worry about anything to pin him down. A Tiny and a Jakiro. With the right initiation, I guess with like the blink timing on Tiny and the Ice Pad coming out from Jack, you do have an opening. It just doesn't feel like there's enough follow-through to really pin down the Ember for that long.
Oh, they go for Nyx Assassin
the
now.
Nyx
That's
as well.
something very different to come out. Like, I'm trying to look for the real big value here for the Nyx. Like, obviously, Spy Carapace against Jakiro feels quite nice. Against the Prophet, I mean, I don't really see it. Like, I guess you can try to use it against the Wrath of Nature. And now they go down the Necro route, which, you know what, Jono? As much as I don't like it either, it does go well against the Naga.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Would Jong say Necro is good against Naga? In lane, yes. I guess it can kind of deal with it. I don't know. You have percent burn damage on your aura. You just need to figure out which is the real Naga, then you can sight her down. It does make sense in some respects. You do still have play coming out from your Tiny, so I guess you aren't too worried about not having a playmaker here for the side of Piggy Killer. I do think it's preferable. Well, I do think it's preferable to run it on off lane over mid. Like, you run it mid, and it will have a good matchup against Ember. Maybe XM can fully bully out the Ember. Like last time around, XM was not fully pushed out of lane, which I think still caused issues for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. The recovery was still lined up there for the Ember last time. So maybe XM will just show us this is how you really shut down the Ember and kind of run it back.
I think the thing is as well, like, if you're this Necro, you build Radiance, the Naga Siren's going to have a pretty bad time, right? Like, it's... I think it should work out quite nicely. I don't know 100% though, because like this draft in general looks a bit... Like, the initiation might be a problem again, but you always have the Prophet that can TP in and kind of back you up. So I just don't... I don't think it's that bad.
I mean, you look at the last draft, they always had the Dawnbreaker that could always Solar Guardian in as well.
Yeah, but it's
that's a bit of a counter. Yeah, but it's kind of the same concept with the NP TPing in. And at least the Dawnbreaker had more control to follow through. I think that's the one thing. Like, you kind of come into the same shortcomings for Piggy Killer. The Radiance buildup is good for Necrophos. It's just you also pick Necrophos into Nyx. Like, this Nyx has so much value into Tiny, Jakiro, and Necrophos. Like, you can just stun these guys up, sneak in, spike Carapace, stun them, and then look for a good angle on your Impale. Hold them down. I like this off-lane Night Stalker coming out as well. It's pretty good tempo out from Lonely Rock and Roll. So you can just run down early on as well. It's a good hero to be on top of the Nature's Prophet, kind of in the same mindset of something like the Bat Rider, the Primal Beast. Once Dark Ascension is up and Crippling Fear is up, you run down the NP. Laning phase-wise, it can be a bit annoying for the Night Stalker to play that lane, though. Like, you're potentially looking at Night Stalker and Nyx dual lane. Maybe a Night Stalker and Disruptor is a little bit better. Night Stalker Nyx. Up against Jakiro, yes. I mean, again, you have Spike Carapace to play with. You don't normally want to level that too far in the laning phase. So the Jakiro can trade fine. The NP can trade fine. Can be a little bit awkward for Lonely Rock and Roll to run that lane. For Piggy Killer, this is where, you know, they can kind of make that decision. Do you want a harder core? Do you run the mid Necrophos offlane NP? Something else for Fly here, which I honestly wouldn't mind. But they have a lot of ways they can kind of go with this closer because of the NP and Necrophos being so flexible.
Final pickup. They are thinking about this a lot. I think the Night Stalker really put a spanner in the works here for Piggy Killer. You really don't have the greatest ways of dealing with it, but no, they go down the Pudge route. All right, I mean, why the hell not? Should be a pos 1 Pudge. That should mean a position 3 in Nature's Prophet and a mid Necrophos here for XM. It's going to be an interesting game. Like, I like what Lonely Rock and Roll have picked up a lot more than what I saw last game, at least in terms of draft. I still question whether it's going to be enough to pull off this game to victory, purely based on the fact that I think Piggy Killer is just a better team overall, but it should be an interesting game, Jonathan. It should be a very fun one.
Yeah, I'd say the last pick Pudge kind of makes me feel better about Piggy Killer's draft. So now when you mentioned that Radiance for XM, now I'm thinking with Shard on Pudge, you can eat the Necrophos up, have the Heartstopper or and Radiance with Rot. This is genius. Piggy Killer. They're geniuses, man. This is what I want to see.
I didn't think about that, but you're actually kind of right. Like, if they wanted to be really cheeky, they could do that. And it would actually kind of feel... And that actually feels kind of busted.
Yeah. Think about it, because Necrophos drops low, he goes Shrouds, Pudge comes in. You don't want to dismember your ally, to be fair. Like, you kind of want to lock in the real Naga Siren here, but if you're forced to do that, Necrophos heals up while he's inside, you comes out, and while all that time, you still have your auras going. So you get a lot of value out. I mean, it's kind of dumb, but it also can work. That's the dumb thing about it. Like, if it works, well, it works. And I like that with the Pudge, you're kind of covered with NP for late game scaling. So you're not concerned about the tempo that Pudge, falls off in a slow game. Your Nature's Prophet, Ava can kind of cover you in that sense and be the scaler for the team. So you have some good solutions coming out. You have some tempo coming out from the side of Piggy Killer. For LRNR, I do agree with you here, Mike. It is a better draft. They have to be able to play around with D-Stones on the Ember. Like, he needs to do what XM did last game, right? Just basically draw even in your lane, don't lose out on too much, and just kind of go ham after farming up a bit, because your timings will be stalled out with Flame Guard build. Like,
yeah, I mean,
you farm honestly, up, and you just run.
I'm not worried at all about this Pudge dropping off, by the way. I think this Pudge is going to do really well this game. Because the Naga just doesn't have an answer. That's kind of my thing. Yeah. Like, once he has the Axe up, what are you going to do against this guy? Well, we might find out really soon, because Big Cat's being chased down here on the Naga, but he's going to be all right. They're having a look around for somebody to try and start a fight with, but it seems like Lonely Rock and Roll pretty well aware that something might be wrong here, so they are just going to back their way out. There was some deep vision placed here in this this Radiant jungle anyway, so you do get a little bit of something here for Piggy Killer on your way out. That'll be a pretty 2-for-2 trade.
It's a cool ward to drop early on the outpost. It's not something anyone expects, so they use that well, but it still comes out as a 2-for-2, as you mentioned there. So you sacrifice a pretty weird ward just for rune control. Maybe you spot out some rotations coming out, but they have a lane swap going on here for Piggy Killer. Fly is heading down on bot, and they'll run Ava on the safe lane. I wonder if they're going to shift farming priority for that as well, but the matchups are pretty all right. And they're actually, they're running down Y to head down bot now. So they don't want the Naga to lane into that Pudge, which is smart, I guess. Again, the Pudge plus Jakira is a incredibly toxic amount of magic damage. Incredibly toxic.
Yeah, there's no way you want to fight against that as a Naga. So instead, Ava will have to deal with Big Can. Much more preferable matchup here for the Naga Siren. And it doesn't seem like Piggy Killer are going to just... I don't think they're going to bother going for the whole musical lanes kind of situation. They're just going to accept it as is. No point running across the whole map trying to get the advantage in lane. I mean, you do require some nice levels here on the Jakiro Pudge anyway to really be able to kind of abuse the advantage, or rather the hero advantage. So no real point trying to make it happen. They'll stay bot, and quite frankly, even bot lane's not bad for them. Like, no. Sure, Y won't be forced out because he has some nice base regen on the Night Stalker, and he's quite a tanky boy. And of course, you've got Bocce that always help out. But it's not like Fly is going to suffer to farm here in the Pudge. Like, he's going to have a very free time. And if you do manage to land a nice hook onto Bocce, he's as good as dead.
I mean, all of them can just die. Like, Rot is pretty high magical output. You can see them just casually burning to the dual breath and liquid fire. Quite a fair bit of damage already being done. Hook does miss the mark from Fly, but again, it's all about farming. Once you hit that point, you're going to feel good. The one thing for LRNR is the mid lane. Again, XM's having a slower time on Necropos, just slightly. Ember Spirit just still enjoys the matchup. You can dodge out some of the healing. You can kind of control the lane maybe a little bit better. So this is Necropos mid versus Ember, theoretically. Pretty good matchup. In practice, Ember Spirit has some counterplay. Ember Spirit does have some laning builds that he can go for. I like that D-Stones is going for level 2 Slight, so he's just trying to outplay. You know, when the Death Pulse is out, just try to dodge out, try to keep farming, try to apply some physical harass back, and hold out. Like, it's leading to maybe a little bit more of a playable time for D-Stones in comparison.
Yeah. And that top lane, of course, Frisk, actually getting caught out for a moment by the Impel of Wenhao. Big Can not having the most amazing start, 8-1 in terms of CS, but it is against Nature's Prophet, so you are kind of expected to lose some creeps here to Ava. Prophet just one of those heroes that loves denying creeps away from the enemy cores. Frisk does seem to be able to do a pretty damn good job of as well of just denying these illusions off with the tree grab. So Big Can, he can't really freely farm this lane either. It might be better than the Pudge Jakiro matchup, but it's still not great. And hell, Wenhao's already left the building. Like, this Nyx Assassin's rotating mid now to try and secure something onto XM, but I don't see it happening. He's going to leave once again, go back towards that top lane, but it seems like one of those very different, rather very difficult kind of lanes here for Nyx, because you're a 4 that wants to try and dominate the lane, but you can't, so you've got to find something else to do across the map. Mid's not going your way, and you don't have a hero that can really follow up with the Impale. So, as the Nyx, you're just kind of lost, as they are going to show up with 3 heroes mid lane now. Maybe now they can finally pick up XM. Glimpse is back. XM has the heals out, still has a free fire, and is going to make it. First blood will go the way of XM, and now they're getting body blocked up by Ava. Oh, it couldn't have gone worse.
Oh my god, the Necrophos gets all the kills. So look at him, he's back to full HP. Oh. That is just disgusting. Like, I get what they're trying to do. They know they've got to pin down the Necro. That's what we saw Piggy Killer do last time as well. Commit onto mid and just try to enable their Ember, but it doesn't line up. They come in very telegraphed here. XM now is inching towards his 6. He's going to have level 6 earlier. You just get some chip damage onto the Ember, he dies. This is not a fun time now for D-Stones. And it's an overwhelming start. Like, you free up the side lanes, Fly gets some good farm on its off lane. You're getting some decent space for Ava. Like, everything lines up off the back of that forced movement. I'm a bit concerned for D-Stones.
Bottom lane, luckily it turns into the nighttime here for Y, so he's trying to run and the hook actually misses. The Fly just gives up on the chase of the Night Stalker, would rather go back to the creep wave, and like I said, it barely turns to the Knight, so he actually has the movement speed to get away from this Jakiro Pudge. But this game already is looking so much more challenging than Game 1 did, at least for now. It feels like none of the lanes have gone the way of Lonely Rock and Roll. They've all gone the way of Piggy Killer. And the only lane that was going well was the mid lane until those rotations happened. And I think D-Stones would have just told his team, don't come back to my lane. Don't show up in mid. I'm good, guys.
Pretty much. They bled so much after a Necro. Like, that's just not a hero you want to feed. I mean, look at this. Rushing the Rod. I like this change up from XM. You know your lineup needs hard control for the Ember. Rod of Aethys will provide that. They're back in mid.
Oh no, Wenhao's gone. That's a Reaper's Scythe being committed by XM. He might drop though. He's getting rather low, but has 1 charges. Still trying to run. D-Stones doesn't have another Sleight of Fist yet. They'll get the glimpse back though, and XM is going to drop. So he will get punished finally. But that is a 4 hero, make it a 5 hero rotation into the mid lane now. To make that 1 kill happen, I just don't know if it's worth. He already got 3 kills under his belt now as the Necro. He's second in CS at the moment on the graph. I just don't know if I can call that worth it.
I'd say it's not. You're giving way too much to this Pudge off lane now. Like the Vanguard's up, so it feels like you can't shove him out. And I guess that is fair. You really can't kick this Pudge out of lane anymore. You could have punished the NP. Like imagine if all that effort went into stopping Ava. You know, punish the greed of this lineup. Because you've got off lane Pudge, you've got safe lane NP, kind of flipping your pause 1, pause 3. It is greedy, pause 1, pause 3 there. Instead,
Big can.
Big can.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He'll get one impel, but the toss back is there from Frisk. Static, still, or rather kinetic field will lock him down, but Ice Path is there. Big can. He's going to try for the TP out, but I think he's dead.
Oh no!
Level 2 dual breath. It does a lot of damage.
Oh, that is painful, dude. Song cooldown so long as well at level 1, 180 seconds. 3 minutes where you don't have that bailout. No TP back to lane. It's not lining up for LRNR right now. Like right as they say they should collapse on NP, instead it's Piggy Killer that collapses onto Naga. And then they get to switch over onto mid. Like the one big thing they got from the last fight with XM dying was that XM did not get a Reaper Sight charge.
Oh, outside. Still gets the regen rune. Now D-Stone's trying for the Slider Fist trick to pick up the rune, but is unable to get it. Mid lane going to be forced in here. You do have the liquid fire of outside to make it a lot easier to push in this tier 1 tower. Just the attack slow on the tier 1 is the most underrated aspect, I think, of liquid fire. Like, it's not even the damage. Just the attack slow makes it so abusable. Because they do get a Night Stalker and an Ice Path. Avalanche is out, Toss is there, Reaper Sight to finish him off. Why? He just shows up and gets right out of there as he just ends up dying. When how? Well, he's going to try to run, but the dual breath will connect. Bocce forced to just glimpse one of them back, but outside is still chasing When How down. Liquid fire will connect. One last right click and that'll do the job. Outside really taking off very nicely on this Jakiro. 3-0-3 at the moment. And with the way this game's gone, like, it's such a tough comeback already. Like, you have a Naga pos 1, a Night Stalker pos 3, both of which are suffering in terms of net worth. Both those heroes want to take off.
And they're going to need a lot of space to farm. And I don't know if there's enough play for D-Stones to just run around with supports because they don't have level 6 yet. They're not even close right now. They find punishment on Frisk, although...
Nice little hook from Fly, but he may reveal his own position as they pop the Dark Ascension. They've got to find more than that. Frisk goes down. They want Fly. He's the big one. The Void does connect. Problem is, outside is right there, but they're going to get a nice glimpse back. They have got the Pudge. Ice Path, it's going to lock one down. Fly, he'll go for a run towards the west of the map, but the chains are going to lock him down. In comes XM, Dismember out with the Impale. It does cancel it off, and he is going to go down. There's now XM, the one in danger. Instead, they'll try to focus down outside. They should have him, but in comes Ava. It's just one after the other. They want some form of a trade. They're going to get D-Stones on the Ember. And now When How. These kills are just taking too long to secure. Though a great Impale out from When How. Is going to lock onto 3, but they have the run of Atos up. And eventually, When How will drop. XM actually 1 second away from having Reaper Scythe up, but what does it matter?
You're more than happy. You did have to sacrifice a little bit with Fly being taken out.
But this Naga, John, Ice Path connects. There is zero escape.
No.
Well, he does have the song. He thought about popping it, but the hook connects and he won't bother.
Yeah, it's a hard one for LRNR to get a grip on. There are shining moments when they start to group up. Your key timings now is really just when YYY is really ready to run. So every time you have Dark Ascension, you really want to make a play coming out here for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. And for Piggy Killer, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better than this. You should have still pretty good timings on Fly Zags. You have really good tempo coming out from XM with his much more aggressive build-up on the Necrophos.
Oh, nice Ice Path from outside. When How now in danger. I don't think you can help at the moment. He's going to pop the song. Bocce is there, though. He's burning to the Macropie damage. They can't hold down Fly. Fly is actually the one still chasing them. Hook. Oh, that was right on target. But D-Stones is going to juke with the sleight of fist. Problem is, Ava is incoming.
Is under attack.
He will pump fake the teleport.
Structures are
But they are still looking for fights. Piggy Killers, they are not done. They want more, but they're not going to have an enemy to take down. They all back off.
Yeah. Just have to play it safe on LRNR. Find what farm you can. Try to get this build up on your Naga. And try to get some initial items up for D-Stones, because he's just not equipped to take fights yet.
D-Stones, Avalanche gonna land. They have Reapers up. And XM will wait till the last second to pop it as well. He gives him a glimmer of hope before that Rod of Atos ends.
Yeah, that's the one big part of Dota, right? Psychological damage. Make them think, oh, I could escape, and make them realize how big that mistake was. You know,
Why?
just put them into their heads.
Oh, Hook, barely off the mark. Avalanche does not connect either. The glimpse back will be there on Fly, but the problem is Ava's here. Bocce goes down. Wenhao, well, he's still envious, so he might be able to survive. So they are going to try and fight. They'll focus down Ava here on the Prophet. They even brought back on Bocce. So Ava's going to be left behind. Chains out. It'll lock down too, so outside should also go down. Maybe. As they turn around now, outside, actually surviving. Avalanche is out, Toss is up, a huge impact from Wenhao, but it's not going to make the difference.
They can't find
Now
outside?
Big Hands on the run. Outside, oh, it's not worth it.
Oh my god.
They throw their Nightstalker POS 3 away for a POS 5 Jakiro. Oh.
Oh. Yeah, it's not an easy game right now. Fly? He was going to gun for that hook. If he actually caught Big Can, that would just have gone worse and worse for the side of LRNR. If he actually blind hooked into the
tree line
trees,
randomly.
yeah, you wouldn't hook it randomly for sure. If you did, though, that's big
How did
brain.
Bocce die?
Dire are scanned.
I just got run down,
Bocce
yeah.
died mid lane to the wrath of nature. That was a dieback.
At the least, the respawn timer is not too long, you know? You're a pause fight disruptor with not much farm. You're trying to save up for the Ags. That's kind of a pipe dream at the moment. But you're not the biggest loss. You're buying space for your course. That's it. That's literally it. You're getting space out for all your course to try to find this farm. Try to get that build up. Maelstrom out now.
Oh, why? They know he's in the tree line. They saw him for a split moment. Oh man, I've played Night Stalker games like this before, John. Let me tell you, it is not fun. It is not fun at all.
Tower is under
Yeah, you tried to say you're perform. This is you trying to say you perform like a pro. Mike.
No,
This is
no,
you
it's
saying.
not, Jonathan.
You're justifying. Well, if this happens to pros, and it's not just me, guys. Okay, I've seen this happen in the DPC game. It's all right. Yeah, but it's a tough one, though. To be sure, this is not fun, like you were saying. Like it's frustrating, especially since Piggy Killer, they basically mirror your draft of it. They take the Jakiro, they take the Necrophos matchup against Ember. XM has a better time. Like his build-up is just, it's exactly what you want against Ember. You know, Rod of Aethos to hold him down, Yults to save yourself from the chains, and you just run around. Nighttime, though, try for a smoke play on LRNR.
I mean, they don't find anything. Like top lane, it's just been left alone. Mid lane, like they'll come towards Wenhao Bocce. They're gonna try and maybe get a bit of vision here onto Frisk, but he's also just out of range now. Very, very desperate kind of smoke attempts that are just aren't paying any dividends here for Lonely Rock and Roll. Okay, they're gonna find XM. That's a big one if you can actually deal with him. And it seems like they just kind of agree that they can't.
Yeah,
Maybe they
can.
try.
With the Yults, it feels near impossible.
I agree.
Just the self-save it's more than enough.
Avalanche, not gonna land. D-Stones.
Oh,
Wakers move back in. Static Storm is out though. We'll lock down a couple. So D-Stones does at least find the tiny items, dropping rather low himself. Still has the Yule, still has the Ghost Shroud, will pop it, but he needs some help. He turns out to not be as tanky as he hoped, as he will go down. Huge kills being given back the way of Lonely Rock and Roll all of a sudden.
yeah, they actually do manage to find a punishment Frisk just kind of giving out his life as well. A good Static Storm coming out. And that's one way for LRNR to kind of punish. If they manage to get that Static Storm they need in these fights, which we haven't seen until that point, then that's where it starts to turn around. We also saw that Ava was not willing to come in. So without the Nature's Prophet to help, just felt like a lost cause. Frisk.
Top lane. Be another nice pick-off. Lonely Rock and Roll. Seems like they've got it. Ava. No. Stick charges. He's still alive. Frisk actually surviving as Ava is going to get... No, it was the glimpse back onto the Pudge. Fly. He was forced out. But they do protect Frisk. He actually makes it away somehow. And bottom lane, they're going to break out in another team fight. Impel, not going to connect here from Wen Hao. Hook off the mark here from Fly. It seems like these kills are going to amount to nothing. Though they are still chasing. You don't really have anything like a blink to close the gap as Fly, but you do have a run of Atos to set up an XM immediately with the Reaper's Scythe. Or even Wen Hao getting caught by outside. They don't even need Fly to get involved.
No. Like, you've got the shard up in XM, so his burst damage is through the roof with that sight. And they'll be able to find this tier 2 down bot, no problems, while somehow protecting Frisk up top as well. Really good movements coming out here from Piggy Killer. LRNR, valiant efforts across the map, right? Like, top fails, they TP down bot, they're trying to look for these opportunities. It's just that Piggy Killer are on top of all those moves. They understand what LRNR have to do to get this game going back their way, and they just prevent any of that from coming out. The one blessing you have on Lonely Rock and Roll is that Big Can is farming freely for the moment. Like this, Naga does have the Manta up, going for the Mage Slayer, so a lot of magic damage protection from the Pudge, from the Jakiro, the Necrophos. It's going to be quite impactful to have that Mage Slayer up. And then you just kind of try to get more HP going. Maybe Satanic comes out. Maybe start building up into the stats here. Scotty wouldn't be too bad either. Even, I don't know if you'd want the Nullifier, but it does feel like you need a good solution to the Necrophos. That could be one way as well. Still collapsing up
Big
top.
Can. They are chasing. Frisk is out. Avalanche toss combination. Big Can. He just melts.
Boy.
Just the Prophet Tiny take him out. At least when Hal gets himself out with a TP play. But it's so rough as a Naga when this is your game. And nobody can save it. Literally nobody in your team can save this game. All you can do is buy more time and hope for the best.
Yeah, like, again, you're maybe looking for overextensions on Piggy Killer. Like, if you see a good Static Storm kinetic field, that's something you can play on top of, for sure. That's one way you can get control back. You've got the BKB fresh up on YYY. Why? So he has the spell immunity on hand to just protect himself. I knew I was missing a Y there, Mike. I was like, oh, I missed a Y. I can't count.
You're missing a lot of things, John. Your marbles to get started with. XM.
Yeah, that's a known factor, Mike.
Well, when Hal, he's hanging around. Like, the whole side of Lonely Rock and Roll is here. Strength in numbers, I suppose, is the old way of putting it, but Piggy Killers, they've also got numbers right now. Ag's now up, blink up on Fly. I think it might be time for Piggy Killers to start running at them again. It's kind of hard to avoid a fight at this point if you are Lonely Rock and Roll.
Yeah, you've got everything you need. On the side of Piggy Killers, they've got the gem up as well to look for the wards. They miss out on this Obs and low ground, which is rather unfortunate in XM. Take a look, please. No? Okay. There you go. They never really dance around. They were looking at the cliff more than anything else. Oh,
here we go. Under the Nagasara, and they go. Big Can. He gets a song off this time. Has no TP available, though, so he has to do the old-fashioned way and just run for it. Ava going for the TP to cut him off. There is going to be a Dark Ascension, though. Why trying to scare them back off, and they are running, though Fly now shows up. No hook, though, is going to land, so the Naga's fine. In fact, when Hal even TP's out, everyone somehow gets out of there from Lonely Rock and Roll. The only person still sticking around is YYYY. Though I say that mid lane, Bocce gets caught now in the Disruptor. So somebody does go down. And that appears to be enough for Piggy Killers to try and force Roshan now.
I can't fault them. Like, a lot of these team fights are down to Static Storm. And without the Disruptor around, that threat is not there to contest a Roche. It's the first Roche of the game, looking to go the way of Piggy Killers. No contest coming out from LRNR. And that age is going to be massive. 2 lives up on any of these heroes are going to feel good. Wonder who they prioritize. Looks like they'll probably just give it to Ava, who is pretty much playing the actual +1 now. Now they'll hand it to Fly. And just 2 lives in Pudge is still big. Rot damage is always relevant, so you kind of want to just keep using that every single time.
Oh, why? Oh,
Yeah. The timing.
the timing was perfect. Fly
Bottom tower.
able to bring him back from the fountain, and oh man, that's gonna be a real feels bad man for Y.
Yeah. It takes such a specific timing. Like, you have to be hooked as you TP out, so you get home, but then you get dragged back in.
Ouch.
Dire's bottom tower.
Frisk, in the
Man, you
meantime,
mentioned it a
went
while
out,
ago. Oh,
let a nice impale out, but they are afraid of this support Tiny at the moment because they know what's behind him. Fly immediately has found Big Can.
Middle tower.
The Spike Carapace
He has
at
a
least
TP
makes it
this
a little
time.
bit challenging, but not really for long. Big Can is gone. Frisk, toss up, when Hal gets caught. Reaper Scythe will be
Wait
there to
for the
put him out of his misery.
yeah, I don't think that counted as... Did it count as side kill? I think
No.
it must have. So,
No.
yeah, okay, no. He was a tree before, right? Unfortunate, but... Piggy Killer, yeah, this is the dominance we were kind of expecting in Game 1. It doesn't quite come out. It's a lot more even. Game 2, though, right now, this is
Radiant's middle
a
tower.
bit of a stomp, Mikey. I mean, they're giving signs of hope out as well. Like, not on purpose, mind you. It's not like you want to time to hook. Like, oh, I want him to go home first, so he can feel death come back to haunt him. It's like, nah. But it's just timing that way that it's kind of soul crushing to watch for LRNR,
It's
and
pretty
it's
rough.
difficult to come back into it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Hook does not connect here from Fly. Glimpse is there. Frisk going to be out with a nice avalanche toss back right onto the Disruptor. They'll try to burst him down, but the Death Seeker from the Necrophos can ensure Frisk does remain alive at least a little bit longer. As Y in the meantime dismembered up, trying to secure something in the back. Unable to pick off anyone. And Piggy Killer, they just keep going. More and more. These objectives are just melting. Song
Oh.
committed. They have static. They
Oh,
could drop
is this
it, but
play?
this is without an Aghanim Scepter. They're going to try. Fly just
Oh my
blinks out
God.
anyway.
What?
He just blinks right out of it. Bocce's gone. The Ember's gone. Guess what? Big Can's probably gone. Hell, even when Hal's gone.
Radiant's middle tower.
Everyone's just gone. GG.
Radiant's
Oh my
Let
god.
the torture end.
You can't fault LRNR. They applied today to play that one to its end. It was a tough one, right? It was a tough
Yeah.
one from the draft. They open up with the Ember really early on. They don't ban out the Necrophos, the Flex coming out here for the side of Piggy Killer to run that Pudge off lane, to run the safe lane NP, and then still get lane swapped into pretty good lanes, because it's Pudge against a melee hero and the Night Stalker with a Jakiro. Like, the magical damage was overwhelming. Every lane felt so good for LRNR and for Piggy Killer, and for LRNR. I mean, there were just some massive overcommitments. Like, I understand they wanted to get some control back in the game, and they have the right idea in trying to find that, but you have to also know when you have to back out of a fight, when it's not lining up, when you have to be patient and play for time, play for weaknesses, play for openings from the enemy team. And it just felt like they forced it a couple of times too many, and then past the point that this Piggy Killer running them down.
Yeah, it certainly was a strong performance here from Piggy Killer throughout both games. And, you know, props to Lonely Rock and Roll. They are trying their absolute best here. Obviously, arguably the hardest team to have to face in this series. So it was somewhat expected that they would end up getting 2-0'd, but nevertheless, they put up a decent fight, and I'm sure they learned a lot after this series. You know, it might take a little bit of time for them to review, because it was a bit of a depressing game too for themselves, I'm sure. John, talk to me about MVPs, because I'm personally leaning towards outside of the Jakiro, but I feel like it was a team effort, so it's kind of hard for me to pinpoint anyone.
I think it's open. It's fair to say outside. It's fair to say Fly, XM. All of them had standout performances in this game. Like they all connected together as a team quite well, and they just managed to run down LRNR in spectacular fashion off their coordinated movement. Right, like they execute in a very high level there. You know what? We'll give it to outside. Good old Jakiro coming out here. Just
Beautiful.
Great use of his spells. Great way of laning coming out, tying in with a Pudge. He had all the ice pads he needed to land. He had these macropyres they set up as well, man, in these fights. Like he'd see the song start to come out, he'd macropyre right on the Naga. So she's trying to walk away. She's trying to figure out her distance. She's taking damage. Once the song fades, she just dies. Like it's just excellent play coming out there from outside. And the entire team just plays perfectly as well.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, Piggy Killers just look like them. Again, I think I said this before game number 1 started, but this might be the team in China Div 2 that just goes all the way without dropping one game. As they are just looking kind of undefeatable. Of course, as you can see on our schedule, we do have another series coming up as well. Meteor Gaming going to be up against IGV, and we can have a look at the leaderboard quickly as well. As you can see, Piggy Killer still sitting in first place, 4-0, undefeated in any single game. Bright right after them, Cactus, of course, third, Poke fourth. But more importantly, the 6th and the 8th place right now, Meteor against IG Vitality, is the two teams we're going to be watching. I believe Meteor actually pulled off a victory in their last series. So against IGV, that are currently not picked up a win yet, you kind of imagine Meteor should be the favorites going into this matchup. But I suppose anything could happen. It is still Dota 2.
Yeah, it's really open. It's surprising because Meteor did beat out Cactus, who looked to be in really good form. Again, they're number 2 right now. Their 1 loss is against, of all teams, Meteor. So I'm keen to see if Meteor maintain that improvement and whether or not IGV managed to fix a lot of their issues in coordination that we have seen from them in their past few series. It's going to be an interesting one. And this is one that, we called it out earlier, but I feel like this can go 3 games. Who knows? I do believe that is going to be quite some time until that next one, though, Mike. I think we have quite a bit of a break here.
Yeah, it might be just around an hour before the game starts, but we'll probably be back a little bit earlier than that. Still, till then, we are going to head over to that break, so it is MLP Dota and John X Foreign. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to have our second series coming up right after this break.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
Radiant's top tower is being attacked.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day here for the China Division 2 DPC. I did that completely wrong, Jonathan, but nevertheless, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back. Game number one here between these two new teams. What are we thinking? This matchup between Meteor and, of course, IGV. I mean, we kind of briefly went over it earlier in the previous series, which is like IGV's probably looking to be the underdogs in this matchup, purely based on their score lines at the moment. But what are you thinking about these two?
This is our more competitive match of the day for sure. You can see in our odds as well, 1.86 to 1.88, that this could go either way. I think overall the series win is more than likely for Meteor, but I expect this one to go 3 games. And who knows, maybe IGV surprises us, maybe Meteor surprises us by coming out a lot stronger. They did 2-0 Cactus, which I feel like was a stronger team than even IGV. So if they could 2-0 Cactus, then surely you'd think you can 2-0 IGV, but you never know, right? In Div 2, anything can happen. This is what Lizard tells me all the time when I've casted with Lizard and some swaps. It's like, no, John, you can't expect anything in Div 2. No, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So I'm keen to see if anything will happen, Mike. This can be super fun to watch. I think this is one of those games where you expect, I don't know if it's fair to say a lot of action, but I want to say there's going to be a lot of openings for action, right? There's going to be a lot of opportunities. These teams are, still refining their gameplay. So it leaves more openings, more openings for either side to kind of exploit, timings to hit, and, just try to run each other down. So it should be a fun one. And I don't know, like it's so hard to predict because I think IGV is a little bit more consistent in that they're always on the cusp. Meteor is just so up and down. Like they 2-0 Cactus, but they lose through Lonely Rock and Roll. So it's like, where do you put that in your power ranking? IGV, I mean, it's been like steadily improving, not quite at the level they need to be. They've taken games off some teams that are just relatively strong in Div 2 as well. And the lineup has a lot of hope. So who knows? It's just all big question marks for me, Mike.
It is for me as well. We actually saw the odds actually reflect IGV as the very, very, very slight favorite. So it's kind of intriguing now. I'm very intrigued to see how this game number one does go down. That'll kind of reveal to us exactly what the game plan is from either side, and arguably who's going to be the better team. Then again, though, kind of like Lizard told you, John, you can't really expect anything in Div 2. It can be a very, very wild kind of place to have to play some Dota. So anything could happen between these two teams. Can't wait to see it break out. And I also agree. I mean, this is the series today that could definitely go to 3 games. Gonna have a look at the Meteor Gaming boys. But yeah, it's one of those series where it's like, it could be a really fast 2-0, but then it could be a really long best of 3 as well. It's just one of those series where it's like, I don't really see it in between. It's either one or the other.
Yeah, it's a coin flip. So I'm keen to see exactly what ends up happening. I think Meteor, they've had a lot of promise. They've looked better with Echoes coming in. Right, I believe both Poke and Meteor kind of swapped at least one player in and out here for each side. Both of them kind of took new mids. So it's looked a little bit better this tour, but still not clear enough for them to get into Div 1 after Tour 1, now into Tour 2. So every series counts. Meteor needs to start winning. They need to start winning cleanly to climb up, maybe start to have hope for a potential top 2 finish, maybe force up some tiebreakers, because that opportunity is still there. It's just, who knows? Again, this is a team that you and I have watched since the last tour, Mikey. It's up and down with Meteor. It's up and down. Sometimes you just can't tell which Meteor you're gonna get. Are they gonna hit the target, strike Earth, or are they gonna miss by like a few thousand kilometers? Who knows?
Who knows indeed. And of course, Meteor also has my favorite position 1 name to pronounce. Of course, the MMMM. There's I think I'm actually gonna start calling him M at this point, because saying every time you're casting, like you're doing play-by-play and you have to pronounce it as that, it's actually really hard to do. Let me tell you, it's really annoying. Still, here we go. Most pick heroes between these two teams, Jonathan. Not too much in the way of any similarities. Like, we do see the Disruptor, That's just in meta right now. Every team wants to pick Disruptor. Apart from that, though, in terms of the most pick heroes, they are relatively different.
Yeah, it's a little bit more spread out. I think, again, maybe sample sizing isn't too big yet, as most teams have played 2-3 series, so not enough to really pull away. And I think, again, we've got a pretty established patch, so certain tip picks are just the norm. It doesn't seem too far off the mark for either side. So I'm keen to see, again, whether or not we get something special. I will say, we have seen Ukio kind of pick up the AM much more often. I know you're a big fan of the AM picks, Mike, when they slide through.
Huge fan.
I think the last time we saw it, they picked it in the first phase as well. So, you know, maybe we get a first phase AM, Mike. That would be amazing. What a game we'd have.
As long as we're not seeing POS 1 Vanguard Radiance AM. Like, if I have to see that one more time.
Radiant team pick.
And you know the worst part is people were mad at us for calling that item build bad. That was the worst part. It's like, in what way is this possibly good? You know, it's like, I'm not saying the play is bad. I'm saying the item build is bad, right? Vanguard, Radiance, POS 1 AM. That's not good. I don't see a world where it is good. Like,
Look.
if you were playing some weird POS 3 AM, I'd change my mind.
5 seconds
But POS 1
Yeah.
AM with Vanguard Radiance, I just...
Nah.
I feel bad for players that really enjoy playing AM, because the item build hasn't changed since Dota All-Stars. It's always been the same. Like, this item build of Battle Fury into Manta, like, it just never changes.
Yeah. I think there was a time where Diffusal AM felt good. When you could stack it,
Very,
it actually
very
looked
slimy.
busted. Yeah, but no, you never ditch that build up. I will say, on the point of this Radiance, before we move on to draft a little bit here, Nat, I interviewed Arteezy. I asked him how he felt about Radiance DK, and he told me overall Radiance, he does not enjoy building it himself, unless it's like a Naga in the old farming patch. So there's some vindication there, Mikey. If Artur says it's bad, surely we are not completely out of touch.
remaining.
Still, the draft here,
Yep.
something that we are in touch with. Monkey King to open with for IGV, along with the NP, Meteor onto that Enchantress, along with a Doom. So the Ench, as we've seen today, pretty high priority pick for a lot of our teams here in China. Even higher priority than something like the Disruptor, which surprises me. I think it was Lizard again while we were casting an A. He mentioned that he does feel like Enchantress overall is probably the best first phase pick, just because of what it can contribute. So he rates it above something like the Disruptor.
Remaining.
And you can't fault him, right? Like, this Enchantress has been really successful. It's allowed a lot of teams to get this early advantage in lane, to just scale up into the late game as well. The hero just provides way too much. For IGV, opening with Monkey NP,
Dire team ban.
I don't think this is the kind of team to flex either one as support. At least we haven't seen it come out yet. So there's a high possibility this is something like a safe lane Monkey, off lane NP to prioritize here. And while I do like picking like your win conditions on first phase, because you can ban out, use your next few bans to protect it, I don't know if you can ban out fully for the NP and the Monkey King at the same time. Like, you already have Doom. And sure, the Monkey King versus Doom lane is pretty Monkey King favored in that matchup, but you also have a clear and consistent Doom target. Like, either one of these two are big Doom targets, and it's not like if you miss Doom on one of them, you feel bad. It's not one of those games where you want to Doom both. You can manage to Doom just one and feel good in the fight. So I don't think it's a massive issue for Meteor, like in the mid game. Laning phase, of course, Monkey King should have a decent time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of a given. But every Doom we see just goes Midas. You know, even if you have a bad laning stage, you just have Devour Midas. You're going to do just fine. Like, it's basically the second coming of Alchemist in this Doom, and it has been that way for quite a long time. So I'm sure he's going to have just fine of a time, even if he does have a bad laning stage here as the Doom. More bans to come out from either side before we can continue. Looks like that IGV focused on the off lane and the mid lane, of course, and
10 seconds.
rather off lane and safe lane. Meteor Gaming just focusing on the safe lane right now by the looks of it.
5 seconds.
Morphling and Ursa being banned, so perhaps assuming this Monkey King is going to be a bit of a support wouldn't be too surprising to see. We do tend to see a lot of position for Monkey King coming out from pretty much every region. There's just some players out there that are specialists with this hero and just love it in the POS 4 role. And it does
Yeah.
tend to offer quite a lot as well, to be fair. Like, the amount of vision and information you can provide to your team with the trade dance is kind of ridiculous. So makes enough sense if you did want to just put that in the support role. Just a nice flex pick, I suppose.
Yeah, There's also maybe a bit of a flex for NP safe Monkey King mid. You don't have the Ember matchup anymore because IGV does ban it. So probably no real need for Monkey mid, but if ever there is a matchup coming after Meteor, maybe some sort of melee mid down the line, you can also toss the Monkey King there. So it leaves their draft really open on IGV. Again, just looking at their past games, they have mainly run Monkey King 1. Then again, they only picked it the one time. The NP has almost always been off lane. Monkey King plus NP lane does sound pretty good. I like the solutions coming out from Meteor though. Into the Phoenix. So you have the Egg, which Nature's Prophet can focus, probably doesn't want to focus down the Egg. Fire Spirits will kind of slow down these two heroes as well. It's not like you have a Snapfire on hand. To be fair, the Snapfire is left open here for IGV to pick. They can kind of just dip into that. That might lock your Monkey King more as a core, but you could still run some like off lane snap, safe lane, NP, and then a support monkey. That could still work as well. So you do have at least one answer to the Supernova coming out here if IGV does want to dip into it.
Let's see if it does happen. Like, it feels like a bit of a bait pick, and they won't go for it. They'll go for the Silencer instead, into the Storm Spirit. So IGV just kind of sticking to their own drafting style. Not going to go for the Snapfire pick that may have sorted out your issues with the Egg. So they'll just still have faith in themselves to be able to deal with the Egg, or maybe it just never comes out because you have Global Silence now. Like you do have a Storm that can just kind of zip right in the back and find the Phoenix immediately as well. So you might already consider yourself with the answers to the Phoenix. Mind you do pick Storm into Doom, which is a little bit concerning. Like the thing is though, now you're kind of forcing Doom to pick between 3 targets as to like what he actually wants to do. So maybe that's the idea, is like they really haven't got any lockdown for the Storm this game apart from this Doom at the moment, at the very least. So it does appear to be basically a free Storm game, but not so much anymore. They've got a puck up now. Completely different story. They found the answer to the Storm. I like where Meteor's going. Like I like the ideas of IGV. I like what they're trying to do with their draft, but it seems like Meteor Gaming's finding the answers quite easily.
Yeah, they've got solutions. I like the Dream Coil Egg combination coming out. Like this added hold from puck was necessary for this draft of Meteor. I think down the line, if you really are worried about dooming multiple heroes, just get your Ags up. Doom eventually finds that farm anyway in 4th or 5th item pickup. So you're going to be able to have that maybe by... It's pretty late, but that's the point where you really want that Ags up anyway. So I think the timings are still pretty clear for Meteor. They can just look for their big core matchup now. And for the side of IGV, I mean, they're still holding on to this flex. You can run Monkey King support along with Silencer. Last pick, maybe a different safe lane coming out here for Ukiyo. So you have some options. They are expecting the support though on Meteor. They're just banning out the line. Anything that might help hold down this puck. Because when you think about control as well in IGV, outside of Global Silence, jumping the puck is also a bit of an ordeal for them. So it's also a really good game for Echoes to just kind of run around, do puck things, and be highly disruptive.
Well, final banouts to come. A lot of reserve time left to think about this for IGV. What are you really looking for? Like, there's a pos one missing for Meteor Gaming. They do get rid of the AM. It's kind of hard to decide exactly what they will want because you don't know what IGV is going to go for their own position 1, assuming the Monkey King is going to be a position 4.
It's fairly open. I think if IGV do go for pause 1, that's different. You run into maybe a bit of a greed problem, right? Like, NP Storm will already kind of want farm. Storm in particular, like his build-up's a little bit faster, but you tend to go like Falcon Blade Witchblade is one build. Sometimes Falcon Blade Kaya is another build as well. Then you just run around, and depending on your lane, it can be really delayed, which feels awful for Storm. I think Puck is already one lane that kind of forces that issue. Meteor are still expecting it to be like a support to close out. Like they are fully expecting that Monkey and NP are just on the off lane and safe lane now. So they're just banning out more hard fours that could give them initiation, could give them jump angles outside of the Storm and the Monkey King. And I'm interested to see again what flex IGV goes with. They'll go with the Nyx. So there is the hold, and that was the NP and Monkey King cores up front early on. Nyx Silencer, it's a decent support duo. You can actually lock in the puck quite easily with Nyx Assassin. Again, Spike Carapace is a great spell. You can punish the Phoenix, a natural counter, in terms of at least stopping the Sunray, stopping him from diving around, stopping him from playing around with its Fire Spirits. So Nyx is a good solution to that. And it does give you some pretty good tempo. You can scout out if they're trying to build up stacks on Meteor. You can try to hunt down the Doom, set up for the Storm to jump in. IGV has good tempo to play with his hero. Yeah, if you think about the Tricore, it can be a little bit greedy. Like, I would be concerned if you had, like, offlane NP, just farming his usual stuff, say, Maelstrom into Gleipnir. Then you have a safe lane Monkey that farms not BKB, but farms Battle Fury. It's kind of awkward. And they close with a Lycan on Meteor, a bit of a surprise one. So they're running Doom 1, Lycan offlane, and I like that. Like, it's so easy to rip that Silencer apart. He doesn't care for the global silence as well, as long as he's already in the wolf form. So you can just rip up the back line. You can get really good push going for Meteor. And for IGV, this lineup is still good. Like, there's still some good early tempo. All your cores can hit. You don't necessarily have to play greedy on all of them. You hit maybe just this Falcon Blade, Witchblade timing on the Storm. He's kind of set. You hit your Maelstrom Gleipnir on your NP. You're kind of set. And for Yukio, again, you don't need to go for the Battle Fury here. If you go for your Echo Saber build-up and rush like a BKB or just build into your Ags, the Monkey King is going to have a lot of impact. I want to see IGV recognize that, play fast, and try to face up against Meteor, because Meteor will also try to play quick. Right? You've got the Egg timing, you've got the Dream Coil, and you've got the push from the Lycan here.
It's going to be a pretty interesting game. Like, I was not expecting the Lycan last pick to come out here for Molasses, but I don't know. It's going to be very intriguing now. Like, can this Pos 1 Doom actually work in their favor? Like, Pos 1 Doom, obviously with the right farm, does become pretty busted himself. I'm just very curious now, like, against what IG Vitality have. If I was a betting man, John, I'd honestly be going towards IGV. I just think that their draft is much easier to execute. But then again, you could make the argument it is still a much greedier draft where you look at Meteor Gaming, it's like, well, this Doom's going to have no problem farming. He's going to go Midas Rush, he's going to have Devour, he's going to farm like a madman. The rest of his team don't care for farm anyway. You get a Home of the Overlord up on the Lycan, you just start running at them. So it's going to be very interesting. I can't wait to see how this game one does pan out between these two teams. So do you have a preferred draft? Like, would you predict one of the over the other?
I'd lean towards Meteor a little bit, actually. I think the lanes coming out here are maybe a little bit better for Meteor. Like, you've got Doom Enchantress coming out. Your Doom is dodging out the Monkey King lane, for one thing, not going off lane. So you kind of ignore this favorable matchup for the Monkey King. The Monkey King versus Lycan lane, still on paper pretty decent, but if you do get value points in Howl, Monkey King is a hero that gets really hurt by base damage reduction. Like, it does impact his farm, it impacts his harassment that he kind of wants to do with Jingu and the Boundless Strike. So you have quite some presence up there. You also have the Phoenix that acts as a really good foil for that lane. If you land your Fire Spirits, then the Monkey has no threat. So I think it's all down to execution, and you do have a point. It's a little bit easier to execute on IGV, but I think the timings are more forgiving on the side of Meteor. Like, even if you miss out and you equalize only in the mid game, as long as you pull ahead later on, which you theoretically will with Doom 1, eventually you will hit this point where AoE Doom's up, Dream Coil will pierce spell immunity, and you're kind of dancing around everyone. There's no clear answer for that from IGV.
That's fair. We'll see how this game one does kind of pan out. I think the point you raised about Howl is something I didn't really think about at all. Like, that is going to be a really annoying ability for all of IGV to deal with. Like, the Prophet and the Monkey King both rely on their base damage quite a bit. And that 40% reduction on Howl, considering it's global at night as well, it's going to be really annoying to play against. Let's see, though. Game number one between these two teams. See how this all pans out. Of course, top lane, you are going to have Molasses and Marbleu laning with each other. They're going to be up against SJ and, of course, our Monkey King. How do you pronounce that, John? Ukio? Is that how you pronounced it?
Yeah, Yukio, or I don't know, Ukio,
Yukio.
because if you think about like the Japanese printing, it's Ukioe, but you pronounce it like Yukioe, Ukioe. I'm not sure anymore. I forget my art history. Ukio, I guess. That's how lizards pronounce it. I'm just writing that down.
Bro, you've confused me more than before I asked the question, John. Thank you for that. Marbleu is taking a lot of damage here on this Phoenix. He might actually just die. SJ, one more. Nope, Fairy Fire will be there. Wolves will even be out to back Marbleu up, and he's going to be forced to salve up. Kind of the hard start here for Meteor Gaming at this top lane is the fact that this Silencer is going to have a little bit of free reign, right? Like there's not much in the way of stopping this guy from just hitting you.
Yeah, he can just harass pretty well. He's getting some good spacing out for Gem to just freely farm on Ukio. So it's just going to be able to build up, no threat. You feel better here on level 3, but you have a greedy 4 in the Phoenix, so Marbleu's going to have to soak up along with your Lycan, which can be a little bit slower. I mean, he has his level 2 up, so he can at least spam out some of those Fire Spirits. SJ still has the 3 Mangoes to play with, so he's not going to feel too bad in that lane either. I won't see how that lane equalizes. For now, a much better time for Ukio, and it should just be a good time until level 5. Should just be steady until that point. Taking a look at the mid lane here with Totoro up against Echoes on the Storm versus Puck. This one, again, we've seen this multiple times before. It's a little bit less common now. In the laning phase, it is quite a fair bit easier for the Storm to clear out. Just play with the Remnants, keep harassing out with the Overload. The Puck, he doesn't have as much reach or as much uptime and harassment with the Illusory Orb. So you have a lot more room for Totoro to dish in and clear out the wave faster. In comparison, that is reflecting in the CS. So it's going to be a little bit dicey for the Puck until Dream Coil's up. Maybe at that point you start to tie in with your support rotations. One thing about the draft from Meteor though is it's like you said early, they don't really have control on their supports. Like outside of Dream Coil coming out, like even if a support rotation comes in, they can't set up themselves. All they can do is like follow through and try to dish some damage out on that control from the Puck.
Right. How about that bottom lane? There's one lane we haven't really talked about yet. You're going to have TZ and M against Tax and, of course, DQQ. I mean, for now, it seems like the Prophet's not having too rough of a time, though M is finding complete free farm here on the Doom. So not as many denies as you would hope, I suppose, from Tax, but yeah, it is kind of hard against the Doom, though. High base damage, Devour is top lane. They do already secure First Blood. Ukio able to secure here on Marbleu. So the Phoenix is going to end up dropping. It's a pretty decent start for IGV.
And they just get to run down. And like the one thing with Lycan is it can't really, again, set up for the Phoenix. The Phoenix can't set up for the Lycan. So you're just kind of poking and prodding. That is where Monkey King kind of shines, especially while Fire Spirits are down. So you do have slightly stronger lanes coming out here for IGV. You're not stopping Molasses from farming, but that little pickup does help to build up a little bit more on Ukio. And they're doing a good job of just maintaining a pulse, keeping creep equilibrium in weird spots. So it's a lot less straightforward for the Lycan to just stand and farm. And just trying to do what they can to stall out in that Dominator into Overlord timing for Molasses.
I mean, I still don't think it's going to be too bad. Like, they're trying. It's just hard when you got the Pharaoh Impulse, just the constant regen coming in from Molasses. You don't really have the burst potential for the Lycan in this game, at least for the laning stage, so it's going to be freely farming up. That bottom lane, though, I was talking about this earlier, but M's having a really good time on the Doom. He's actually going to go for a Ring of Health build-up as well before he bothers for the Midas, which is perfectly fine. If you just want the sustain here as the Doom is, they're actually going to go for a jump in. Tax, sticking around, but with the Ench around with the Siege Shot and the cancellation with the Infernal Blade, he is going to drop. Pretty massive pick-off here for Meteor Gaming now. And I don't think the Prophet was quite expecting the Infernal Blade to be leveled up, but M has no hesitation. He goes right for it. Meanwhile, top lane, SJ's going to be okay. Ukio being blocked off here by Molasses is still going to get through and is going to find the kill.
Managed to rip in. Overall, a little bit bigger coming out from Meteor. You're much happier keeping the NP down. Molasses is starting to get zoned out, though, and Ukio is just pushing forward.
I mean, he might have the kill here. John Boundless Strike is up in 1. He just needs to wait for it and not miss, and he does secure. But Molasses is still trying, but will not be able to save himself. Yukio, such a dominant start on the Monkey King already. 3-0-0 is mid lane. They're trying to make a jump in onto the puck. Silence was there, and with the zip in, Totoro might just have him, though Echoes tries to just get away but cannot. He will drop to the storm. So the only lane really going well right now for Meteor is the bottom lane. The mid and top lane have been a real disaster for them.
Yeah, they've just bled out a lot on the side, especially top. Top is the big issue right now. Ukio can go for like that faster build-up we're talking about and play tempo with his team. That's when it gets scary. Like the Lycan with Dominator timing stalled, your Overlord timing is going to be stalled out a little bit as well. Your Puck, the build-up for Echoes is going to be similar. Power treads into Witchblade, and that's also going to be pushed back just a bit. You are keeping tax down. Again, you're kind of playing for the long con here on Meteor. Like, as long as you get Midas, you start farming up your Doom. You start to hit level 6 on your supports to tie in with the Dream Coil. That's when things can get spicy for you. Until that point, these wider engagements are just harder.
Oh, Echoes. Mid lane, once again, they'll move in. Dream Coil committed. Echoes still getting caught by the Impale is going to drop. DQQ setting up to ensure it. Even Tax shows up now. They do kill off SJ, but everyone else is falling. TZ, the final survivor, is going to be able to walk away. But now with Tax here, they might actually pressure the mid-tier 1 tower a little bit.
They've got the numbers to kind of sustain that pressure. They don't have the healthiest amount of mana for Totoro, so I don't think it's too safe for him to stay, but they'll get a bottle top-up from SJ anyway with a TP in. That should be more than enough to keep him in that lane. And San Wumar Blue is just kind of coming in to soak up himself. A 2-6 start, IGV in a very good position right now in the game, as every lane and coming out their way. Like, you see the farm difference right now. Oh.
Marblu, he's going to get silenced mid-Icarus dive and he's gone. SJ with this last word, he's making life so hard for Meteor. There's orb forward, but DQQ. Double Impale is out. Zip forward. There's going to be a bit of a silence here onto Totoro, but he's just going to chase down TZ instead and finds another. SJ to take that one. His Echoes does make his way out, but man, it's a really rough time.
It is. It's just falling apart right now for Meteor in the laning phase. They even find another kill onto Molasses as well. Ukio, he's allowed to just build up so quickly. He might actually be going... Could it be Radiance Monkey King coming out? I mean, the timing is good. So I guess it's fine. You know, I maybe don't mind it as much. The timing's
I don't think
good.
it's too bad. Yeah,
I'm just traumatized. Like, let's say the Radiance comes in and then you don't play tempo with it. You kind of lose ground a little bit. Then you're asking yourself, why did my Monkey King go Radiance? You know, that's one of those things.
That's
you have
true.
to play with that advantage. You have to really use it to its max potential. Group up, farm, be highly efficient on the map. Marblue
is probably just dead. They got the last word off. He cannot Icarus dive away anymore. Yeah, he will die. It's a tough time for the old Phoenix, and this is something that I didn't even consider during the draft phase, right? It's like, you can't Icarus dive as long as the last word is up. You will just die every time.
Yeah.
And, well, in the meantime, top tier 1 tower is going to go down. Tax making some very early rotations to make sure these objectives are being taken. Mind you, again, his bottom lane didn't go amazing on the Prophet, so he is finding ways to be effective on the map. Of course, that has left the Doom to free farm, but this Monkey King's just ahead of him anyway. Like, yeah, now he's got the Midas, he should start slowly taking over, but it just feels like with the start that IGV have had, there's just no slowing them down, surely. In fact, Marblue, he's alright this time. Molasses is going to show up in the wolf form, going to chase down SJ, but he just TP's out. He's fine.
There's a severe lack of control. I mean, you only really have Dream Coil and I guess the Supernova to count on, but yeah, Supernova's not going to pop any TPs anytime soon. They will at least be able to find his mid So that opens up map control a little bit better. You drop your top tier 1, but it's not really a big objective to lose at this point. You still have good triangle control and some vision. So this does give Meteor a little bit more of a safety net to just keep their farm game going. So they are still trying to get that build up. Like Molasses has the Dominator, needs the Overlord to be up.
Totoro having a great game on the Storm. Considering the lane stage he's had, 5-0-2 now. The Storm's doing whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, he's just got complete control. Again, it's a very free game for him. There's just no stuns, nothing to be scared of outside of coil from Echoes. So when you catch a support, they're just dead. They're easy food and pickings for that Storm. 2-11 for IGV. And they're just keeping up that aggression. And this is something we need to see them do. Execute on these timings, play fast. Ukyo, he is going for Echo Saber as well, Mike, which I feel a lot better about because I don't have to try to justify the Radiance. And again, it lets you play really aggressive. They're going for a push in the bot tier 2. And it doesn't look like Meteor are ready to defend. I mean, they're TPing now.
Oh, Blue, he's here, but DQQ's waiting in the Vendetta as we speak. They know someone's going to show up.
Oh,
the
boy.
events, they saw him. It's a real shame right now. I don't want to question Blue, but I'm not sure what the TP was for in the first place because nobody was there to back him up.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted the Fire Spirits and slow it down. I mean, at that point, it just didn't look like you could. For sure. For IGV, I mean, this is 12 minutes in. They have a tier 2, they have Outpost, they have Echo Saber up on Ukyo. So your Monkey King can just come in and fight. You've got Global Sounds ready to go as well. You have all your control ready. And the side of Meteor, they're not.
Global Silence pop. That is going to be some wasted ulti kind of being thrown out as they were trying to chase down the puck. SJ could not get the silence in time to stop the rift away with the orb. Rather the jaunt away. They are going to smoke up off the back of this. Now, mind you, all these other fights that have happened have been without silence. Without Global Silence, that is. So, is it going to make a difference if it's down? I'm not sure. But they're going to try and make something happen. SJ is in position to break the smoke here as the silencer. Totoro right behind him. They'll get some D wards off. SJ still in position to tank the gank. Is going to cop the Dream Core here. And it seems like he'll just happily die. Though I say happily, he is still alive. He will finally go down. But that took a lot longer than you would hope for a POS 5 silencer, as now M's being chased down. He seems to be very well aware that there is some Nyx assassin stalking him at the moment. So he will leave him be. Just run his way out of there. But at 3-12 with a 1k advantage the way of IGV, the only saving grace right now for Meteor is the fact that this Doom is farming very well.
Yeah, you're getting the build-up you'd want on going for the BKB next. He's fairly well protected. Map space is going out to him. You are stalled out on Molasses' timings, and that's where it can kind of feel a little bit painful. Like this Lycan's just a non-factor right now.
TZ. Gonna have to back up of Molasses to come in. Last word was there, but TZ, I believe, will barely survive through it and will. Meanwhile, with the wolf form, they are going to find SJ, and this time around, with Molasses there, it will not take anywhere near as long. So there you go, SJ getting killed off a second time here. And that is going to allow him to get to the helm of the Overlord timing on the Lycan now. So Molasses has hit a very nice timing on this item. Just see if they can take full advantage of it, because Meteor, I feel like they've got to really take any advantage they can get right now.
Yeah, I mean, those are... It's not the biggest kill, but you're feeding off, you're catching up, you're equalizing the farm on Molasses quite nicely. Like, he is bottom network core. For him to find these kills is huge in terms of trying to just get up and running, try to equalize the game a little bit more. You can't afford to really bleed out. Like, you don't want to give openings out to Meteor, right? If you're IGV, you're in a good position. You have a lead, but it's not really massive. You have this map control that needs to be compounded with a mid-tier 1 take, and they are starting to commit into it, but the Fortify is more than enough to stave him off. They might get another rotation out, but I don't know if killing TZ really counts for too much value anymore here. They see Molasses,
they could find Molasses. He's a much bigger target. Molasses Gonna be spotted, gonna be stunned up. Zip is there. Molasses doesn't really have a good way out of this. He'll pop the howl, but he is gonna drop. Pretty big pick off here for IGV. The thing I'm starting to question though is I keep looking back at this Doom and he's getting to that point where you start to get a little bit afraid if you are IGV. Like, he's got the BKB up, going for the Blink Dagger up next. And there is going to come a point very, very soon where I think M's going to start joining in with his team. And with the Doom up, you won't have too many issues securing some kills.
Yeah. Okay. Again, early on, you're only going to be able to do one, so you're more than likely just looking to pin down Totoro, unless you can just kill him off in the Dream Coil early, then use that Doom on someone else. We also still have the combination for Meteor ready to go. Dream Coil plus Egg. We haven't seen it come out yet. That's their ace in the hole here for these team fights. That's their one big counter movement to answer what IGV has. So far, they haven't had the need to force it out. And again, you could argue this is still a bad position for Meteor. You're slightly behind in net worth with a Doom Midas. At the same time, to be only this far behind up against IGV, considering the kill deficit, it's still a playable state. Like, look at Echoes and Molasses. Their farm, it's about 900 behind Totoro. It's a significant amount, but not enough for like a major item advantage early on. So you still have yourself in a position to play.
He was under vision for a moment. Now they'll see him in the Nyx. They'll try not to react. They'll just kind of walk away, not revealing the sentry ward is there. Meteor's still more than happy to play the avoid game here with IGV. It's a game of cat and mouse between these two. I think they really want that Blink Dagger up on M before they really get together as a unit. So once you have the Blink set up, in fact, I say that, but they're going to go anyway. Maybe just rely on the Dream Call to take down the Storm. I don't think the MK is going to be as big of a problem. As long as Totoro's down, you're not going to be as concerned about everything else. They may not even have the opportunity to fight because they're going right towards the T2 tower. So Meteor Gaming, they'll just start pressuring and hope that IGV come to them. Mind you, in the meantime, Tax has now got a full Gleipnir up on the Prophet, and you do have a full BKB now available on Ukio. So maybe they are prepared to fight.
I think they're ready to kind of dish it back. With the BKB up, a lot of your output, a lot of your control from Meteor just fade away. So it's going to be a lot easier for the Monkey King to just stand there, use the Wukongs, play aggressively on top of it. Side of Meteor, just trying to look for that top tier too. They do have the Overlord, so they've got the Thunderhide creep, they can buff it up. But here comes the Smoke Wrap from IGV.
Yeah, they're going to try for something after getting that mid-tier 1 tower. So it does feel like this smoke is quite obvious here from IGV, but it may not matter because Meteor Gaming may not be in a position where they can really fight this one. They have nice vision in this jungle, though. I believe they saw DQQ there for a moment. So IGV will be forced to fight underneath their vision, as now they will realize TZ immediately dewards the sentry ward that was placed. And Meteor, they were trying to bait them forward to go for the fight, but doesn't really pan out the way they could have really wanted. Instead, though, IGV dragged them to their own vision now. TZ looking to deward that, and he gets away with it. There's going to be no jump.
Conservative play from IGV. I get why you'd play a little bit safer. At the same time, you don't want to allow build-up here from Meteor, because they are building up. Like, you look at he's going for Octarine, and it's going to be scary once he hits that mark. We haven't seen have to commit a Doom as well. We haven't seen the Dream Coil Egg. Like, these are scary factors in the fight for IGV. They didn't go for like greedy build-up in Ukio, which again signals that you want to play aggressive, but their aggressive play has mainly been on really more of the supports than any cores. Like, outside of those laning kills, especially in Molasses, there's not been anything to onto these cores.
We'll jump in. Mid lane. SJ has been caught. That'll be the silencer gone. Tax will reveal the Gleipnir on the Prophet, but not going to be anywhere near enough to deal with the Overlord creep, so they're going to start just pushing into tier 2 mid tower. Meteor Gaming, like, once they've hit their timing, they just want to start taking objectives, and that's exactly what they're doing. Mid lane, Totoro We'll go for a zip TP away. Echoes. Oh, he won't see him. It's too late. So Meteor Gaming back towards the T2 mid tower. It's very clear IGV do not want to fight. Maybe just seeing how farm the Doom is, they are not feeling prepared for this. Though I say that, Ukiyo does TP into the mid T2 tower, but we'll just go right into the tree dance. And the T2 is basically just gone. Pings out on Molasses. Boundless Strike is there, but the jump in immediately. I'm trying to go after the Nyx Assassin. They have lost Molasses though. So they might find DQQ, though he is still surviving just a little bit longer. The Nyx Assassin proving to be very slippery as now the coil will come out. They have caught the Prophet with that, but they are not engaging. Meteor, they're looking to back out of there. So without Molasses around, they feel like maybe they're lacking a bit of damage, and well, that'll be about it. They'll back off, they'll lose the Lycan, but they got the T2 mid tower.
And you find the objective you're looking for. You open up the top jungle for much more farm. At the same time, it feels like you missed out on maybe a play opportunity. With Dream Coil down onto 2, Supernova might have been able to be something that you expend. You look to try to force the pressure, find some kills. But they play it safe. Again, I understand why Meteor is taking this more conservative approach. With a Doom up, you don't really have the need to go early. You have the scaling. Your Lycan can kind of itemize for damage as well down the line. And now they can go into Roche. They know Global Silence is down for quite a fair bit of time. And they can still melt it fast with the output of TZ. With Molasses around as well. It doesn't take too long. No vision here from IGV to actually watch a pit. They get the scan off. You need to try something.
Too late. No chance of getting there in time, surely. Totoro won't have the mana pool for it. Roshan freely going to go the way of Meteor Gaming. Echoes to pick that one up in the puck. You are buying a bit of time for Ukiyo to get the farm up on the MK now. Like, he is going towards the Desolator, but it's still a whiles away. And it seems like Meteor Gaming should be able to apply more pressure before that Deso does come up. And even if it is up, like, you've got an Aegis now in your park. So things could get a little bit more challenging for IGV. It's really kind of sad considering the amazing start they've had, but well, perhaps now with all these BKBs coming out, like Totoro's about to pick up a BKB, they get one onto Tax, they already have one on Ukiyo, so maybe with the 3 BKBs up on their 3 cores they'll want to play, but there is going to be a 3-man smoke in the meantime from Meteor. They do head into the mid lane. SJ once again is in position to break the smoke, but actually backs off, so they're going to find Tax instead, perhaps. Pings are out, they know where he's gone. They don't have a blink available on Echo, so he has to walk the old-fashioned way, but Tax seems to know they're right behind him because he does back off at the right moment. They will not catch him out.
A little bit of a missed opportunity. It's the side of IGV to just get play it safe. They don't want to have to force themselves into this Aegis, despite the triple BKBs. Like they understand there's still a little bit of a threat out for Meteor. At the same time, with triple BKBs, it does feel like it's IGV's fight to take now. Like your farm distribution's a lot sharper with Tax and Ukiyo. Totoro's in a pretty decent spot as well. Like they've given an opening for Meteor to just play this war of attrition now. Because they take all these outer towers. They've got some control. They've got some reach onto the triangle. And they try to run here.
And they'll always start with SJ. Every single time M sees the silencer, he just jumps in without hesitation. Like, he knows he can secure the kill without committing Doom at all. So easily, in fact. They just take the silencer kill every single time they can, just ensure the global silence is not available. And then IGV just can't fight. Like, there's just no fighting after he's dead.
Yeah.
In fact, Totoro, I say no fighting, he just zipped right into Molasses. But he's still got plenty of mana though. So he should be okay. They do spot him out and M is chasing him down. Long zip away, but Totoro still showed on the creep wave, so they know where he is. They're just going to guess where he is in the tree line now. And M, he's going the right way, but a nice zip from Totoro. Just barely enough mana to get to the other side of that little cliff. And it's going to be enough as top lane. In the meantime, they have caught out the puck. That'll be the Aegis gone.
That's a big pickup. I mean, you've got the control already. And you sneak around on this Nyx. No need to worry about that secondary life on Meteor. At the same time, Meteor weren't really being aggressive that much, right? Like they were sitting back, they were farming, they were trying to secure their position with that Aegis. They have a slight net worth lead now on their end as well. And as long as you don't actually die in Echoes, once you hit that blink timing, pinning down the puck becomes a hell of a lot tougher. Like he's going to be the mobile front line. You can rely on much more big play dream coils to establish those Nova combinations on top of. And that's where things can get a little bit spooky for IGV if you're not careful. Almost feels like they have to protect SJ, though.
They're moving around to that Prophet. Doom was committed, but it seems like that's not the fight they want. So this is going to back off with the BKB TP away. So IGV, they can happily jump in. TZ is gone. Now Blue forced to try and Icarus dive out, but Totoro can just constantly chase him down, forcing out the egg usage. But obviously it is going to get bursted. Double kill for the Storm now. And so they force a fight. They kind of mess up a little bit, and then it's just, if the initiation isn't right from M, it's just all over. They just can't fight anymore.
Yeah, he was also pretty preemptive with the BKB. Doesn't wait for Global Sense to come out online first, so it doesn't quite work. Tax?
I mean, Tax is going to try. Like, they know that Doom is down, so he's kind of a sitting duck right now. No BKB either, and M's gone. That's kind of a huge pickoff to just casually happen like that. But it does. Tax finds it.
It's just awkward for Meteor. They're forcing these fights oddly. They go for that Doom play without Echoes around to commit the Dream Coil. So they don't have that setup for the egg. It feels disjointed. Like they want to go for these pickoff plays, but they don't respect that. IGV also have really strong pickoff and counter control, arguably more than what they have in Meteor right now.
Towel out. They found the Phoenix. Zip in immediately from Totoro. Keep in mind the egg was already down, but they just burst him down anyway. Meanwhile, Coil committed from Echoes defensively to try and back off as Molasses is trying to at least pick off DQQ and does have him now. Ukio actually dropping very low on the Monkey King. Still trying to fight this one out with the Jingu, but everyone else is leaving. It's Ukio versus the world. He's got one. He's got a second. He might keep fighting, but no, surely goes down now. He'll take two with him. SJ and Tax gonna finish off the Doom. And then this Monkey King, he just manned up. He said, screw it, I'm going all in. And it works out.
Yeah, he just stands and fights, and I'm surprised that you kind of tried to take that fight on the Lycan. You're just not tanky enough to cop through all those Jingu stacks built up. And the output from the rest of your team just wasn't there. They get big punishment out on IGV. You still find some good kills on Meteor, but it's not enough to compensate. Lead definitely in IGV's favor now. Full AC up and running for Tax. So even more protection from that same play coming up from Molasses. He'll have his own counter and his own AC coming up next. But the 5k lead established for IGV, they're in a good position. The side of Meteor, it's just, it's so weird. It's like they're coming in one by one, right? Like they're forcing these fights. TZ?
Yeah, jump in. And TZ's just in the middle of nowhere at the moment. And just maybe not expecting them to be hanging around there, I suppose, but a bit of an awkward position there for TZ.
Yeah. And not the biggest here to lose, but again, you're giving away a lot in these small kills, in these small pickups for IGV to play off of. You've got good farm in Totoro, you've got good farm in basically every core. And you are starting to ramp up.
Jump in from Blue. Blue just trying to get towards his carrier right now. Probably not going to jump in though to save him. He's taking a bit of a long time. In fact, never mind. They're jumping in. They're trying, but Tax got the BKB off and M's in trouble. They've got the egg down. He'll try for a TP up, but no, the bash is there from Ukio. Oh boy. And suddenly for Meteor, it is all falling apart. This draft, like, everything was looking good in the mid game when they hit their timings, but now they're just so split apart, and if they don't get the right Doom target, the game just, the fight's literally over. They can't keep going.
Yeah, it's not really hitting the mark anymore from the side of Meteor. They're looking for more.
They jump in. Impel set up here from DQQ. That's going to be your inch gone as... Oh, they actually jump in with the puck. Spike Carapace was there. He'll be able to just jaunt away though. So at least you get a Wukong's command kind of wasted here by Ukyo. To be fair, I don't think he really cares so much. It's not that big of a spell to throw out.
Yeah, you don't really mind. You just get the pick off you want, get control of the map, wait out this next Roshan, a 10k lead now for IGV, and they've looked sharp this game. Like, maybe bleeding out a couple of kills that they shouldn't have early on, playing a lot more passive than you'd expect this lineup to. It pays off in the end, as Meteor were the ones to really force the issue onto some of these fights. The execution just falling a little bit flat out here from Meteor, and IGV just punishes that so well. Full Satanic up on Tax, along with the AC and Gleipnir and the BKB. He's feeling great on the NP and playing more like the Pause 1 here, whereas Yukio is like the utility Monkey King. He's got the Basher, he's got the BKB, got the Deso. He can amp up damage, but he's not like the big farming core, and I think that's fair. It does lead to a really good farm distribution across everyone on IGV, allowing them to hit their timings really well. Whereas for Meteor, it's still a waiting game. Like, what are your next power spikes here? It's going to be Octarine Doom, lower cooldown, Ag's Doom as well. Maybe the level 25 for Puck, which is a ways off for Echoes.
Meteor, they're going to try and go for a smoke rotation, though they have already caught out the Nature's Prophet. It's a decent start here, but M's not doing enough damage here. He needs to keep going. He's going to keep trying. Maybe they do have the Prophet, but they've lost the Doom. Oh, now the Egg's in trouble. No way it finishes. TZ will also drop. I mean, it takes that long to deal with the Prophet. This game might just be over. I'll be frank, as now they found the Puck. Echoes should be able to jaunt just fine and will. But your Pos 1 is just not having a game anymore. It's not enough.
No, it's certainly not. Like, they get the Egg off again without the protection of Dream Coil, I suppose at this point for the BKBs. IGV have nothing else to pop their BKB for but the Egg and Dream Coil. So you really don't mind. Like, there's no other threat. And the team fight combination coming out from Meteor just isn't there. IGV, and they're playing sharp. They've got a good understanding of what they've got to do. Yeah, you dropped your biggest net worth core. Kind of hurts, but it's not the end of the world. You maintain a 10k lead. You look at Dota Plus right now, 12 to 88 in favor of IGV. So the team is starting to skyrocket. Like, this is the best I've seen IGV play throughout this tournament. It looks solid. Octarine done on So you have lower cooldowns on that Doom, more usage. He's going for the refresh next. I don't know if I'd like that over the Ags. I feel like this game just changes so much when you get Dream Coil plus Doom Ags on. And that feels like that's the control, that's the play to protect the Egg, to get some team fights. It's going to be a while until that point, and until then, Roshan looks to be free for IGV.
I mean, they're going to try and fight at least with Mar Blue, but Mar Blue just stands no chance of surviving the initial onslaught, so that's going to be Aegis and Shards to go the way of IGV. So they'll give Totoro the Shards, give the Aegis, of course, over to Ukyo. It's just like, who do you aim now? Like, all three cores of IGV are just massive. And sure, maybe the double Doom fixes something for your team, but even that might not be enough, I'll be frank, John. Just like, they doomed the Prophet last fight around, and you saw how long it took to actually kill him. And by the time he was dead, the Doom was gone as well. Like, they basically just died at the same time. And it's just not good enough if you're Meteor Gaming, because you've got nobody else that can really carry the game on their heroes as TZ. He's probably just gone. They have a Gleipnir to lock him down if they need, and there you go. He's just dead.
Just trying to make what space he can. I just drag them away from your cores that are still farming up here on the side of Meteor. IGV just on a roll, 9 to 30 right now. 34 minutes in. For Meteor, it's still a matter of a waiting game for them. Like, Molasses is still finishing up his BKB. It feels so late for that to come in. But that is still going to be a massive help in these fights.
Global Silence pop, top lane. Mar Blue still going to get the Eucharist dive off. Yukio never really got the boundless strike he wanted. Meanwhile, Tax ends up dying bottom lane as they might eventually find this Doom, but no, he's fine. He just blinks and TPs. They can't catch him. Tips out. So ironically enough, M finds Tax by himself, but in a big team fight, he can't kill him.
Yeah. It's just one of those things, I guess. Like in a big team fight, there's much more that also focuses down on the Doom. When you manage to isolate in a 1v1, it's a little bit more manageable. You know, you've got the stats, the pad you hear with the Octarine. You're not going to get immediately bursted down. As long as your devouring is up, the bonus armor is more than enough to keep you alive at this point in the game. And they keep themselves in that game a little bit longer. 10 to 30, 11k leagues, still looking good for IGV. They still have the Aegis for 2 minutes, 40 seconds more. Full Abyssal, more than likely being finished up here now as well. And Ukyo. There's a Moon Shard now as well. So he hits like a massive truck with that Abyssal up. MG, they have to be a bit cautious.
Marblu already spotted. Does have an A on disc. Totoro should be able to just chase him down though. He's a little bit low on mana, but it's not going to prove to be an issue. Though mid lane, Yukio is going on his own. He is currently surrounded by 4 heroes, by the way, here, John. Pops the BKB, and they don't want to bar of him. He's out of there.
He still has the Aegis. They know that with 2 lives up, there's more than enough time for someone to rotate in from IGV. So the fight is just sort of untenable for them to keep up. Now you're getting more protection coming in here as well on IGV. Lincoln's up on Tax. So you can't just doom up the NP. You're going to need to break here as well. Easier said than done for the lineup of Meteor Gaming so far to kind of get that. At the least, you know, they find a nice neutral item for Echoes. Quicken Charm up, the park is going to feel a lot slipperier to lock in. But you're just losing objectives. Like, there's no defense to come out. 10 to 31, 14k lead for IGV. And IGV, again, like, this team has looked so up and down in the past. This is a really good look for them right now. If they maintain this, if they maintain this understanding, this coordination, and they look good in this series. So far in game 1, shaping up their way. Meteor look a little bit lost. Maybe just down to the draft. Like, this was an early phase pickup on the Doom. They go for a Phoenix Enchantress support duo that doesn't make any plays on their own. And Echoes just doesn't manage to run away with a mid-start.
They are hunting now, IGV. Mid lane, Meteor Gaming. I mean, they know something's up, but they're going to go for a counter smoke. Oh, Yukio, smoke broken. He's going to see Marblu, or just jump right in. This is with his BKB available. Looks like they've already found the puck. Echoes is gone. And now the Doom's out. M's trying to at least burst down the MK. He'll refresh as well. That's going to be the Aegis down. Now the Doom out onto the Storm, but he's doomed himself through the Lotus. And they might just deny off the Storm. So M does get the kill in the end. But with the Doom committed on himself, there's no way out. One final piece, and that's going to be the end. TZ is down. It's just a hard thing. Like, he commits the double Doom, but the second one just dooms himself, and the fight's over.
Yeah. There's just no coming back into that. They get a good try, but the BKBs just ruined this teamfight combo coming out from Meteor. And they just have no way of stopping it. They're going straight for tier 4s, IGV. They understand they're in such a strong position. No need to prolong this game. Just try to go for the end game. Try to force some buybacks. Respawns are fairly short, but they don't have their spells. Like, there's no
Yukio's getting baited left and right here, John. Like, his team's hitting tier 4s one moment, the next moment they're coming back to the melee barracks. And then they go back to the tier 4s after he turns around. There you go. Tier 4's down, Ancient exposed. They realize the Doom does now have buyback. It just came available for him, but it doesn't seem like M wants the buyback. It looks like he believes the game's just over. And it certainly is. The Ancient is down. IGV able to secure the first game of this best of 3 series here between themselves and, of course, Meteor Gaming. And I'll tell you, it wasn't a convincing victory. Like, it was very back and forth. I do wonder what would have happened had Meteor had a draft that wasn't super reliant on a POS 1 Doom that, you know, again, if he misses his Doom or he gets a bad target, it just doesn't pay off. I don't know, but a great performance so far from IGV.
Man, they play really well. They hit this timing early on. They give a little bit of room for Meteor to kind of catch back in, but they don't manage to get enough connected. Like these BKB timings that came out from IGV just ruined these team fights. You'd find that Meteor would pop Egg separately, pop Dream Coil separately. It's super disconnected when they wanted to make these plays, and they weren't grouped up frequently enough to make these plays happen. Like I get that they were still trying to farm up. They were in a pretty big deficit the entire game. It was only really that had decent farm on the Doom. And this was one moment that just felt really awkward. Like they tried to force this fight on Ukiyo. But you can't run from a monkey when you're a melee hero. He's gonna get 2 extra hits onto you. Right? Like they managed to find it in the end, but at massive cost. Just never having like a quelling blade on hand. Bought one after that fight. But he was caught off guard with Sprout so many times. And it was just really disconnected. And if they played as a team, if they initiate with like the Dream Coil into the Egg before these BKBs came up, it might have been a different story. I think Meteor might have been able to keep up and keep that farm game going, start to punish the side of IGV a little bit more, but it just never came out that way. And IGV, they look like a stronger team. Sure, it's not clean here, Mike, but it's a hell lot better than what they've been getting the past week and a half. This is looking like a pretty strong team right now if they maintain this kind of style.
No, I'm with you on that. Like, it was kind of a sad kind of loss for Meteor because like, they did have a lead at one stage, but they just like we see this a lot from Div 2 teams where they get an advantage, but then they just slow down a bit too much, and we kind of saw that. Like against IGV, they just had the better late game style of draft, and it does end up paying off for them. If you were to pick an MVP here, John, is there anyone in particular you'd like to give it over to?
It's hard to say. I'd say Ukiyo. He understood that he wanted to play a more up-tempo Monkey King. He went for Echo Saber coming out there, right? Like Echo Saber, Desolator, BKB. Like he allowed Tax to play like the slower core to scale into the late game if things went south. And he went for like this very, very quick, active Monkey King. That once the BKB was up, there was no solution for him. That was really all they needed in IGV. And he had a good understanding of what he had to do. He also really made Molasses' lane feel like hell. Like that was not a good lane for Lycan. Again, we've seen some Lycans before actually skip Wolves, go for Howl and your Aura for just the sustain. So you're basically like a pseudo DK with Breed Fire, right? You don't clear out the waves, but you make it harder for the enemy to farm up and you deny creeps. I think maybe that's the way you play that lane, considering that they didn't get as much as they'd want with like the Wolves, and you couldn't really zone out there for Mar Blue. So I want to see probably a different draft for Meteor. I think that was one big issue. This draft just was a little bit harder to pull off. Granted, like there was some mid-game tempo that could come out if certain timings weren't met. It's a lot more easy to kind of run and gun with IGV's draft, and they do that really well. They look like a team. And Meteor, we have to see them play like a team in the next one if they want to force a game 3, Mike.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a very short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between Meteor Gaming and IGV. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between IGV and Meteor Gaming. We recently found out in the break that John Xfar is a Lena simp, apparently, according to his tastes regarding the assets for the Chinese DPC. Very, very shameful, Jonathan. I always took you for more of a quap person myself, but
No.
Clearly some of us don't have as high of standards as I do. So go on, John.
Hey, Lena looked nice in the intro. The entire animation's cool. But I don't know. There's something about Lena. And honestly, CK's aesthetic is pretty badass. Like, I think that stands out the most. Yeah, you can have your quap, whatever you want to do, Mike. That's your own private business. But this game, too, this is no one's private business. This is a game we're all watching. And IGV takes a win. And this is something they've done before. They've managed to take games off of teams, but they haven't taken a series. Whether or not this is the start of that, I don't know. It felt really like Meteor were kind of lost in that game. So I want to see if they can recover, if they can change things up. It was maybe a little bit of a drafting issue. Their draft was super passive with no real hold outside of like Coil Egg. And they got BKBs really fast in IGV. So we'll see if Meteor does have a more active draft on hand. Already have some of those openings coming out here as they blitzed right through. Disruptor and Visage being taken out by Meteor. IGV picking up the DP Tusk. You have solid lanes already for IGV. I think DP Tusk is a good lane to run on the off lane. You can kind of flex a DP onto mid if your matchup's good as well. Pretty good tempo, good push. For Meteor, the Visage can still be effective, especially if you do run like 4 Disruptor plus Visage. Honestly, isn't bad. You can just keep stacking up your soul assumptions with the output of Disruptor whenever he glimpses back at a good range. Like, that is honestly a good amount of damage. So you can just kind of win in that trade lane. It might even be a better Counter-Strike lane just to maximize the Visage early damage. You do not have the options to kind of buff up the Visage familiar. So Luna gone, Naga gone for safety, and then Drow gone as well. You have the option for maybe Marcy Visage to come out, maybe taking a book out of like Execration. You can still run that. I don't know if you'd really want to. It feels all in on that strat. And IGV, they just keep going with the ice supports. Tusk, Lich comes out. So they're keeping it cool here, Mike. Cool, calm, collected they are.
That they are, Jonathan. That they are. I do like the old Lich popping up. I feel like this hero needs to be changed in some way. I'll be frank.
Yeah.
I don't want to be one of those guys, but I do miss the days where it was all about sacrificing the creep. Not that it was the skill that I miss. John, I miss the sacrifice ability. It was a nice ability. Now it's like you got to carry 50 mangoes or you just have no mana. It makes me very sad to play this hero.
You know what that's like, Mike? That's like every other support in the game. Welcome to Dota.
That's true.
That's how you actually
true.
play. What do you mean skill? Eating a creep? That's not skill. That's like, I press the button, I win the lane, you're out of a range creep. I'm so balanced. I mean, they nerfed Enigma, for God's sake, to not be able to do that. I think we're fine without that. Sure, I would argue, though, yeah, Lich's mana pool is atrocious. It feels terrible. So,
Yeah.
I get you there. And Sinister Gaze is, like, so freaking weird. Like, laning phase, you don't get anything out of it. It's like a micro stun. You don't even get much mana from just gazing at someone. How does that even theoretically work in lore? Like, Lich just is so terrifying. He stares and sucks your mana out
Yes.
with his gaze. Just with his gaze.
Again,
Those are
Jonathan, if you're
damn eyes. if
as
you
a
stare
married
at-
man, I can tell you gazes can be very scary. Let me tell you,
They
Jonathan.
can be very sinister,
What?
you mean?
Well, one sinister look, John, and it's all over for me. All my mana's gone instantly. I become just as useless as Lich does, let me tell you. Anyway, moving on. 4th pick up here for Meteor Gaming. They go for the Shaker. Love to see this hero reappearing. Of course, they'll go right into the
Ooh.
Bumblebee straight after. A hell of a lot of disable here. Like, when you look at this kind of draft, right, this Visage is going to have a great time just popping Soul Assumption over and over again. Just so many damage sources here from Meteor Gaming to kind of play off, and a much more aggressive style of draft, I would argue, as well. Like, just any one of these heroes can make huge plays throughout this game to kind of set up, and I like it. Like, it feels like it's going to be a very exciting game here, at least for Meteor's end.
Yeah, should be a lot more up tempo coming out. I also like the CK coming out for IG Vito. Like CK Tusk, CK Lich. These are really good lanes. I'd argue CK Lich is probably your best bet. Frost Armor, jump in, melt someone down. Even someone like the Primal Beast can kind of melt in that lane. If it will be like an off-lane Primal Beast, more than likely you are still running Visage off and you're running like a mid Primal Beast. Maybe again in assumption that you're going to have to deal with a mid DP. So Primal Beast can always onslaught away. And when you know Spirit Siphon charges are down, just run in, trample on top. You have a lot of output. It's going to be interesting to see where Meteor does go with his flex and what IGV does decide to do. They could still run, again, the off-lane DP, but for Meteor, their flex is a little bit stranger with Primal Beast and Visage, so I'm keen to see what they do with that. The lanes are also pretty good. I do like Primal Beast and Shaker as a lane. Fissure block with Trample is good as long as you line up your Fissure well. That is a lane we've seen to high effect in Southeast Asia in particular. I've seen it a couple of times there. Honestly, you might actually get away with like a Visage safe lane with Disruptor. That's still pretty solid as well. Although Visage safe lane is in and of itself kind of strange. I think the last person to really still play that was, outside of the Hawk, was someone like Ame. Used to play it a lot. But I'm not sure if Meteor will opt for that. It does feel good. Because these lane duos I'm seeing from Meteor feel too good to pass up on. Besides, like, out of the viable mids, it's only Primal Beast, and if IGV do read that maybe it's a Primal Beast mid, they can kind of counteract it well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see what they want to go down. Like, final ban-outs to come out before we can see some picks to come. Primal Beast is one of those really weird mid-heroes as well, right? Like, it's so powerful if you get off to a good start. Like, if your first rotation works out, it feels amazing. But then it's like, if you rotate to a side lane and it fails, it feels so bad. Because you come back to the mid lane, and then you're under-leveled, you're under-farmed compared to the other mid laner. And then it all just starts to fall apart. As they are still looking to make this last pick up. Timbersaw, of course, was banned out. That would have been a great pick against the Primal Beast mid.
5 seconds remaining.
So position 1 to be picked up here by Meteor.
Radiant team picked.
I feel like you... Oh, okay. They just go down the Pudge route. I like it. I think it fits very well.
It's super high tempo coming out from Meteor. You have a lot of ways to sustain true with your Soul Assumption spam here. Lots of damage sources to keep building the stacks up. You have some way of dealing with the CK illusions now as well. And once the Rot Ags is up, you also have a way of just stopping the healing, both from the CK and the DP, so lots of value coming out there. And that does mean Primal Beast is going to be mid. I think now for IGV, you flex your DP offlane, although it actually does look like it's going to be a DP offlane anyway. A good hero I'm seeing here is actually something like OD. OD punishes all these heroes really hard. No one has high int gain. Pudge is going to be crying here with the pure damage coming out. The hammer drop just melts at least 3 of these heroes, and it becomes pretty painful. With a Meteor hammer timing as well, like you can push.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. I actually like the OD a lot as well. They're going to go Tiny. Screw your point, Jonathan. Tiny is the pickup.
So what is it? Kind of makes sense.
Oh, it's a mid Tiny. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they would switch to like mid Tusk or something, but they're going to go mid Tiny instead.
Yeah, honestly, the Tusk feels like a better idea. You can at least try to play with shards to punish after the onslaught. So when you see the trample come in, try to just trap him in shards, walk away, try to play the lane. Tiny can still kind of do that. You have the toss back, you have the avalanche to break up that movement from the Primal Beast. But this does look a lot more solid coming out from Meteor. Like, this looks like a lot of aggression, really good early timings. IGV still have good early timings as well. Again, they've got some decent lanes coming out. Frost Shield, Frost Armor, plus the CK running down. You have a lot of output there. You have early tempo. But Meteor can fight back, and that's the big difference in comparison to Game 1. Their lineup is set to take some of these early engagements themselves. Their lanes look a lot more stable as well. And that helps you play the game, because last time it was super passive. Like, they couldn't do much on the side of Meteor. I think it's going to be exciting to see. Pudge Disruptor lane is pretty fun. Not gonna lie, that is a fun time. Glimpse back, and if you have a good hook angle, easy hook. That's a not like a traditional setup, but it can be one way to start rolling here for the side of Meteor. So I can see a game tree coming out. I can definitely see that, especially if Meteor kick it up in scale and start to coordinate as a team. For IGV, it feels like their timings are, it's still there. It's still a little bit more specific. And I think their early tempo doesn't quite match what you have in Meteor. Like, once Pudge has Vanguard, you don't really kill him. You're like mainly physical, your magical output, not going to feel too amazing as well. And as you take damage, as long as Sun Wumar Blue is around on that support Visage, I mean, he's going to soak up and just spam Soul Assumption every time.
Oh, could be an early team fight to break out here, John. Smoke's broken. They're going to see Meteor, but do they want the fight? IGV, they back off for a moment. It seems like they're more than afraid at the moment as the Fisher is going to be a very nice block onto Totoro. The Tiny, he even pops his Fairy Fire, but he's just going to drop as they just continue. They're onto M now. They've got the Pudge down. Who keeps going, though? IGV, they seem like the stronger team to keep this fight continued. And Mar Blue dropping extremely low, needs to back off, but another nice Fisher from Molasses going to allow SJ to go down. They are still trying to chase down this Visage. Mar Blue does eventually fall. A 2-for-2 trade in this team fight. Many heroes just have to run back towards the fountain now. And God only knows who's taking bounties. DQQ is still fighting, by the way. It's trying to secure the bounties. It is going to be a 2-for-2. And already a 2-for-2 start in terms of kills.
I mean, that's what you expect with these lineups, right? Like these kinds of drafts are super aggressive early on. You do want to see that action to break up. You want to see the contestants come out. It is a little bit better coming out here for Meteor as they get the first blood bonus. And they start to ramp up a little bit. We can see the effect of having the Visage around in these kinds of games. And it's a little bit surprising that Sun Wumar Blue is the one playing the Visage. So Molasses switches to what seems to be the support role now. And maybe, again, your Visage player on hand is Mar Blue is much more comfy than Molasses. So we'll see how that affects things here.
Is that always the way it is? Like, the support player is going to play the micro heroes every single time? I guess to be fair, he played Lycan last game, but Lycan's not really... I don't feel like Lycan's a micro hero, John. Honestly, like, if I could play Lycan, I feel like anyone can play Lycan.
Yeah, but you think about Lycan, the most effective Lycans know how to use their wolves to scout, wolves to block, right? Like someone like, say, Saberlight, I think is a good counterpoint to that, where yes, you can play Lycan without worrying too much about the micro, but you lose out on a lot of its utility when you don't manage to maximize the wolves.
How dare you assume I don't do those things already?
Well, you're saying, oh, but I don't micro. Oh.
I'm saying I can micro.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure. I believe you, Mike. I got it. You got my bad, OG.
I'm sure you too, John.
My bad.
Yeah, how's these damn side lanes going? Like, bottom lane, the CK's having a free time by the looks of it. Yukio just has a full creep wave underneath his tier 1 tower because Meteor, they pulled the creep wave away to their own tier 1, so trying to reset creep equilibrium Meteor Gaming's way. So they'll be able to get away with it just fine. Which I'll tell you, John, is one thing I hope might change in this new patch, right? Like, these creep shenanigans are getting a bit too ridiculous now.
Yeah, they are. I don't know if we'll see that change. That's a huge fundamental change for teams to potentially trust in 6 days before a major. So, it's a big patch, but do you change something as fundamental as that? I don't know. Who knows?
Yes, screw them. Who cares? That's your job.
I'm looking forward to it.
You'll be fine. Totoro? He's going to be all right. This is what I mean, John. Like, these pro players, they make us adapt as casters all the time. Why can't they adapt? It's their job to play the game.
That's true. That's true. We'll find out if 6 days is enough to adapt well. I'm sure Purge will have his 20-hour video when the patch drops, going line by line and contradicting himself at least 50 times. God bless Purge. I miss that guy.
I mean, he's working right now, Jonathan. You can't miss him too much.
That's true. Me. That's true. He's rocking a more bad boy look too. He looks a bit different. There's something about the way he's posturing. It feels like, hey, I'm bad. I know what it is. He's been doing some weird stuff in the off time. Still, Game after that, First Blood of the Ruins has been a little bit more static. The lanes are holding steady. It is coming out a little bit better from IGV, which is to be expected with their lanes. Right, like it's a DP against a Pudge. It's not that tough for the DPs to still feel good there. You're not really lining up for those glimpse hooks too often. It's a bit of a, not the most straightforward way of running the Pudge here. And your mid matchup is still really good for Totoro. He's managing to cut off. Like every time you see the charge onslaught, you hear that sound, you just toss Avalanche, you're safe. Tramples up, toss him up in the air and run away. No problems.
Easy.
So it's not really that big of a concern for Meteor, but I think the big thing is that Mar Blue's off to a pretty slow start. Look at his CS, 4-1 on Visage. That is not a good sign. This hero needs a lot of early farm, a lot of early levels. You're not quite finding it. You have a greedy 4 in Shaker as well. So if your Visage is off to a slow start, then your Shaker's also not going to... He's just going to be dreaming of that blink.
I guarantee you Molasses is sitting there as well, just counting every CS he misses. He's like, this is why I play Pod 3. This should be my Visage.
I like these assumptions, Mike. It shows a deeper dive into the Michael Phoenix mindset. I like it.
Oh, so that's what I'd be doing. I do it all the time. Like every time I've had to play in Romania with T Panda, I count every single time he misses. This is Mar Blue. He's copying a lot of damage here down bot lane. Nice body blocks as well from SJ. Should eventually just lead to a kill as Mar Blue stick charges up. We'll try to slow them down, forcing SJ to take the kill instead. But now they can just move back and onto Molasses. Rift is there, stun was out, and this time around, Yukio will be able to secure his kill.
Yeah, the bot lane's not a fantastic lane, right? We talk about the conditions here. You have to block for the fissure and try to spam out. With Soul Assumption, he's maxing out the Grave Chill, which it works in lanes where you have follow through.
They're trying to take down the Pudge. M's gonna have the flesh heap popped, so he won't take too much damage out of this. His farm's going okay as well on the Pudge, 22-1. Considering the lane he has, not too bad of a laning stage thus far for the Pos 1 Pudge. The problem is, you look at Tax on the DP, he's having such a good time.
Yeah. Tax is set to go for the early earn as well into the Spirit Vessel. That's going to make short work of the Pudge. Just amplify the output onto the hero, make it feel a lot squishier. Good Ruin contestation here from IGV. SJ might pay with his life, though.
Yeah, he will. Trample will be more than enough here from Echoes to get the job done, and he'll get a bounty rune for his trouble anyway, so not too big of a deal. Even considered rotating down bot towards Yukio, but without the spells up, you're probably not going to bother. He just backs off into the mid lane. It's one big difference we tend to see between regions, right? Because I feel like a lot of Primal Beasts will start rotating prior to the level 6 mark, but it seems like he's going to wait till the level 6, and well, here we go. Level 6 up, he'll rotate up towards the top lane. He has the Pulverizer available. Not anymore, he doesn't. Avalanche is out, Totoro has rotated, Echo's forced the onslaught away. And I suppose TZ's going to be the sacrificial lamb here. Eventually, that is Totoro going to run into it. And TZ, oh, nice body block, rather nice tree block. He's actually going to work out.
That's
so
still...
fun fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, fun fact for Echoes, you cannot pulverize while Glimpse is happening because it breaks it.
Yeah, that... A little bit of miscommunication, Echoes. All right.
The tree throw, it's going to be enough.
Oh, no. Okay.
He's top CS, by the way. Top. Hook is there onto Tax, but Tax will just Spirit Siphon. M's taking not really too much damage, but he basically gave Tax a free reset.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward for Meteor. It's almost like the same issues from game 1 here, Mike. It's disconnected somehow. Like, they make these moves, they jump in, they don't coordinate their spell usage. They need to be able to coordinate that spell usage, right? Like, it's... You can't break off your initiation like that.
What? He just onslaughted into Totoro. There's also the backup of the Tusk. Luckily for him, though, Totoro not feeling too confident to keep going. There will be a little bit of a rotation here from TZ, looking for the range and the glimpse, but he's just barely out. couple pixels away from getting that glimpse off. Really upsetting here for TZ. Echoes just back to the farming game.
Yeah, they've got to try to get that farming game going. I mean, the biggest hurting point right now is really Marblue's lane. This Visage, man, he's 2k gold, only 400 above Molasses. He is severely behind on Visage. This timing on his Wraith Pack is going to be pretty damn late. And he might just die again if he's not careful.
Well, they've lost tax, though. This time around, the rotation from Echoes does pay off, so they get a massive kill onto the DP. Yukio trying to close the gap for maybe a bit of a stun to be thrown out, but won't be able to quite get there. He has gone the more farm-orientated build in terms of skill build here for the CK, so he's trying to maybe pick off Molasses, but Molasses will just kind of stand away and try to be safe as instead top lane there is going to be a rotation now from Totoro. Mind you, he wanted to get the Pudge, but is going to have to settle for the Disruptor instead.
Yeah. Bit of a missed opportunity. You're still happier on Meteor for killing off Tax earlier on. I mean, who wouldn't be happy about killing Tax? But it doesn't really slow down IGV. You've gotten what you want from the lane. You're just building into the Spirit Vessel. You've got your Urn charges finally up for Tax. And now you can go into that push on the tier 1 as well. So you can finally find that objective trade. Inside of Meteor, they do have 6 up on Marblu, so they can pressure down bot, go for their own push now as well, and equalize the map. At the very least, your Visage does have more impact now with the Familiars up and running. So you start to have more play. You also have the Book flying out for TZ that should be close to bringing him to 6, if not giving it to him outright. So the threat of Static Storm does increase the teamfight potential now for Meteor, and the side of IGV do have to respect that a little bit here.
T1 Tower is going to be traded. 7-4, very slight net worth lead the way of IGV. Armlet timing is also almost up on Yukio, so that'll be a nice timing for the CK if he wants to try and get involved. But generally speaking, they'll just keep farming. I think you can get involved though. Like once the Exo's back up, you could just join your team for a quick push, especially for that tier 1 mid tower. The armor just makes you feel so much more kind of potent as the CK.
Does provide a lot in just allowing you to stand up front. And outside of TZ having 6, you don't have to worry about the slam yet. So at least you don't have that massive wombo combo that'll hold you back here from the side of Meteor. Full Spirit Vessel up now as well in Tax. A bit of a smoke out from Meteor. They've got kind of everything ready in Echoes. He's even got the Tumbler's Toy to get in position here. So they just want to go hunting. This is a lot more activity from Meteor early on in comparison to game 1. Might find a nice one on Tax.
I mean, they may. Echoes going through the tree line, gonna have his smoke broken, will now reveal himself, but with the tumblers into the onslaught, it's gonna be quite hard for Tax to get out, though. Ooh. Kinetic Field does not hold him down, and now Tax, he's looking to turn this one around. He's got the hook off, trying to save TZ, and he will do a decent job of it. That almost went really badly, as IGV rotated pretty much all their heroes but the CK over. But luckily they get everyone out just fine.
Yeah, they bail out in the nick of time. The hook felt like it could have worked against him as well. Another smoke out from Meteor. This one might catch the side of IGV unexpected. They just see the smoke, it fails. They're going to try another one here with the haste. This time you can really run down with Echoes.
Oh, Yukio. He's a big one. They'll wrap around. Be very sneaky here against the CK, but Yukio seems to know something is wrong. He'll go to the more safe camp, but I can't say it's feeling quite safe at the moment. Zekos and Molasses are still there waiting. Again, with the armlet up, he's a tanky boy. It's not going to be that easy to just burst him down. So they'll leave him be. It seems like MG wanted a bit more of a squishy target. They're not going to be so lucky to find one. And while all that's been happening, Totoro now, he has the blink up on the Tiny, so he's well and truly ready to go with the Avalanche Toss combo. Mid lane, they're going to see TZ. Blink is still on the courier, but it doesn't matter because you've got DQQ to set up, and well, immediately they just pop the Exo. They want that mid tier 1 gone.
They've got the output to kind of deal with that early on. Does show up. They've got the slam ready in Molasses. If they find a good angle, this could be some big punishment out.
Hooks up the marker. Totoro, no hesitation. Throws M right into Tax, so a nice onslaught, gonna make it hard to take him down. Tax still going, Echo committed. Somehow Tax is alive, still healing up with the siphons out. They can't stop him. Molasses is down, M is down. Now the CK shows up to that Static Storm's doing a lot of work and the stunts to come out, but he's still alive. Yukio with the armor toggles, he's gonna be all right. So a 2-for-2 trade, but you got the POS 1 Pudge, you got the POS 4 Shaker. The mid-tier 1 tower does remain standing, but you know, it's pretty close to going down.
Yeah, it's not going to last too long here for the side of Meteor. I like the effort. That team fight was fairly coordinated. They got a pretty good Static Storm coming out this time, just not enough follow-through in the center. And losing early was a massive loss, not even finding Tax in exchange. So once again, the Tax man wins out, Mike. Tax never loses.
No, it doesn't. Life, death, and taxes, John. That's what they say. The tax man always around. And they'll still remain protecting that tier 1 tower, but IGV looks like they might show them maybe a little bit of mercy. We'll see.
And all the attention for Meteor is still down mid. They want to try again. No slam, no Static Storm for a little bit longer, but they could try and they'll just play it safe. Let's head back to farming. Exo down for half a minute still, and no more charges in that Spirit Vessel. So it's going to be a little bit harder to melt down something like the Pudge when Dismember is going. And that's a little bit more sustained there, DQQ.
Oh, they're going to find the Pudge, but they'll go on to Molasses instead. DQQ right in. Nice hook, though, from M is going to save the day. Totoro could not get the full avalanche toss combination, and now Totoro, he's the one in danger. They'll dismember him up, drop the Static Storm, and ensure the mid-tiny's gone. SJ is able to get out. Molasses actually goes down to Tax. DQ, oh, they found him. Beautiful hook from M. Snowball, it's only going to buy a little bit of time. Not quite enough here for the Tusk. So you get a bit of a bonus here for Meteor Gaming, finding the mid-tiny as well as that the plus 4 Tusk.
Yeah, there's just some big kills. Like, slowing down Totoro is quite huge. Just Tiny is just locked into the momentum, right? Like, you play mid-tiny, you want to just avalanche toss someone to death, doesn't quite come out. The push is ready on Mar Blue with a Familiars. Oh, no. There you go.
Oopsie
Don't
daisies.
TP in front of the Disruptor. That happens.
That happens every time. It's all right. It has allowed Molasses as well to pump up the full blink now on the Shaker. So now you've got to be worried about this Shaker with a blink up, which is never a fun time if you are the enemy team. Of course, M's going to have the Ags coming out, not quite soon, but it's getting close on the Pudge. And so I think for IGV, things are starting to get a little bit scary. Like, you really don't feel like you've got the answers without the BKBs up on these cores.
Yeah, it's going to take time for those BKBs to get farmed, too.
They're going to try for the mid-tier 1 again here, John. No BKBs up yet. TZ, they get spotted. DQQ does see him. TZ, avalanche toss, it's going to be enough. He's gone. But he buys back immediately. They want the team fight with a big Fisher to set up here for Molasses. It's a perfect fight by the looks of it. The Echo committed as well. Everyone caught out. Yukio is going to try and man up and fight back. He's doing a fair bit of damage, but he can't do it on his own. Now they've got the DP as well. TZ with the buyback, really paying off for his team, as M is actually going to drop on the Pudge. Tax gets a triple kill on this DP, but it's still a successful team fight to go the way of Meteor Gaming.
Does come out as a 3-for-4 with a buyback on the Disruptor, but worthwhile in the end. They'll find the mid-tier 1 for their trouble. The big objective that they've been squandering over on both sides, so equalizing the map control just a little bit more for Meteor. IGV, they're still keen to try and go in here, though.
Yeah, they'll find TZ, maybe looking for a bit of a dieback here onto the Disruptor. And the TZ, I mean, you may as well get it out of the way while you can, right? 57 seconds on the old respawn borders. Echoes. He's going to be okay to onslaught out. In some ways, as a POS 5, like, you'd rather get the dieback over and done with, honestly. That's what he does.
Yeah, because you never know when you're going to need that shorter respawn back in the next few fights. So just dying there, getting a reset, not too bad for TZ to do. IGV for their part, it goes back to your point, sir, Mike. BKBs need to come out. And they are trying to rush into it. You've got the full Guardian Greaves up on tax. That helps quite a fair bit in trying to be durable up front as well. But then you're going to be dealing into Ags in 400 gold. Not too far off for our Pudge. That's his big spike. That's when he eats through a lot of these high regen heroes. The DP's not going to feel good up against that Rot. Even the CK and his illusions will just melt as well. So you're having the answers all set up here from the side of Meteor. And IGV are not looking too lost, but it's getting harder and harder for them to fight in without that spell immunity up and running for themselves. Like their team fight control, it's not as wide. Right? Static Storm's huge, Fissure blocks, the kinetic field. In comparison, you only have Shards, Snowball, Avalanche Toss. Nothing as consistent as what you have on Meteor here.
Here we go. 3-man smoke up. Meteor, they're going to try and... Oh, they might have a very juicy team fight here, John. Bottom lane. Molasses looking to already set up with the Echo. Not going to find the target quite, but they found Tax. That's the big one. That's the DP that's causing you so many problems right now. And he is just as good as gone. Perma lock him down. Everyone else gets out, but you really don't want to lose the DP if you could avoid it.
Yeah. I mean, didn't even get to pop the Guardian Greaves off to try to get a couple of uses from the Spirit Siphon. So you melt big core pickup for Meteor. So they pick up a 2k lead now for themselves as well. In a good position in this game. Inside of IGV, Ukio, I believe, does have his BKB. Just needs a disassembly on the Echo Saber with a recipe flying out. Going into the Mage Slayer. The Mage Slayer is a good response to the Pudge. You know, a little bit of magic resist. They're reducing the magical output of Pudge as well. It's going to be huge. But the push is starting to kick into overdrive for Meteor. It's just Visage things. You group up, you push. Doesn't take too much.
Oh, now Totoro, he kind of revealed himself with that blink in. Tax, he's been caught by M on the Disruptor, or rather the Pudge. Exo popped. Looks like Molasses, he's going to be the first one to go down. Yukio looking for a target with his own BKB. They've actually got M down on the Pudge. This is not a good team fight at all for Meteor. I mean, they got the tier 2 tower, but it's costing them quite a bit on the way out as Blue barely able to get the TP away. Luckily for him, DQQ did not have a stun to throw. So tier 2 tower down, but a 3-man wipe here on Meteor. Pretty rough.
That's big. IGV needs to find more kills. They sacrifice the objective, but they still have outpost control in the end. They're going to be able to get some D-wards for their trouble as well. And you keep the game in the balance, right? Like, you've got this good farm coming out from Ukio. You have a slower game for Totoro, so you kind of need this time to start catching up a little bit. The farm distribution on Meteor is very even across the board. Marblue and Echoes in line with each other in net worth. So their item timings are kind of popping off right around the same time, which is big for them. This AC for Marblue is going to be massive up against the physical core that is the CK. It's going to be harder to just burst someone down. Jumping the Visage first is also not really a tenable idea. Still, go for a smoke play now on Meteor Gaming.
Right into the Radiant Triangle they go. Yukio, that's the target they really want. His BKB literally just came off cooldown, but I believe they've got the wrong guy. They pulverized the Phantasm Illusion. Oh, so Yukio's just going to BKB TP out. Did they at least take the neutral item that was on the ground? I don't think they did.
I'm trying to see. I don't see anything that's unknown right now. So I don't think they did.
Meteor.
Into the Roshan
Well,
at
they'll
least.
go for Roshan at least. Something still comes out of this rotation, even if you miss out on the CK kill.
Yeah. I'd say Rosh number 1 isn't the biggest thing to lose out on for IGV. I mean, it tends to be Rosh 2 that you really don't want to give up. This is still an opening for Meteor Gaming. 2 lives and he's fairly hard to burst down, fairly durable now with a max flesh heap, and a casual cloak up as well. So you do have to be cautious of the Pudge. He's starting to hit hard.
Radiant's top tower has
At the same time, you do have the full Mage Slayer up
Dire's bottom tower
on
is under
Ukiyo, so it is actually harder to kill off the CK with your mostly magical damage lineup. Like Pudge is magical, to an extent, Primal Beast is magical, Shaker's magical. So you have a lot of ways of sustaining True there.
Well, Totoro, jump in. He's got the toss back on the Visage, but nobody was there to really back him up yet. Then they come. DQQ gets the stun off. Pulverize has been committed onto the DP. They're trying to burst down the DP, and they've got him. Marblu actually survives through all of this. In the meantime, Molasses ends up finding Totoro. The problem is, M is dying on the Pudge very, very quickly. The Phantasm Illusions themselves just doing so much work. He's lost the Aegis. In the meantime, Totoro, he's gone way too deep, I think, as the Tiny. They are still just locking him down, and eventually they will take him out. As SJ will also die. 4 heroes gone for the side of IGV. And Meteor Gaming, they can start even thinking about high ground if they really want. But it seems that they'll back off and just control the map instead.
It's a little bit strange coming out from IGV. Like, they managed to get the toss on the one target that's really hard to burst, which is the Visage. Like, the guy just has way too much armor with the Gravekeepers. He's got that little cast as well that turns into stone and just kind of heals you up. Gets a good stun off, interrupts that fight. And for some reason, Ukiyo does not commit. Like, he has his BKB up. Sure, it's 7 seconds, but they commit a lot of spells early from Meteor. It felt like the CK could have run up, maybe kill a couple of the softer targets, but chooses to play it safe. So Meteor just wins a lot in that fight. They've got the fresh BKB up and now as well. So the Pudge is much harder to handle. Like, you are not just safely getting off Spirit Vessel charges on him. You're not going to be able to just burst him down with Avalanche Toss, chain stun him up. He is just going to be able to, for the most part, stand in the middle of these fights and dismember unless you specifically save your Walrus Punch just for the Pudge, which is not always possible at every single fight here for DQQ. So it's becoming a little bit harder for IGV to take these engagements, and for Meteor, they're starting to hit those tempos. You know, they're online. They've managed to work the early to mid game really well now at 25 minutes in. IGV aren't too far behind at 3K, but their fights have felt a lot more disoriented almost coming out here. It's just not as clean or not as coordinated as we're seeing from Meteor right now, and that's making a lot of difference here.
Oh, Tax. They love hunting this DP down. Caused them so many problems the last, throughout the last maybe 20 minutes, and now they're just constantly been catching Tax out. Bottom lane has been forced in. Totoro, though, he could get caught. M's on the chase, but won't be able to reach him. Tiny is fine. Meantime, DQQ now showing up mid lane is going to make the jump in onto TZ, forcing out the Static Storm very early on. And the snowball was going right towards the Visage anyway. So TZ got nothing, but Fisher is going to lock 2 of them down. It's a very messy engagement again. Echoes is going to make the jump in with the Pulverize now, but he's popped his BKB for this. There was no backup to it. Blue also caught out. This is the tough target they were having. The Visage is... Oh, Molasses is just going to jump in for the freest echo of his life, but it does no damage. It's just nowhere near enough. Molasses is down. So is Blue. M is trying to fight back the best he can, but his BKB about to wear off. He will dismember. I don't think it's going to make the difference he's looking for, as he will go down. And suddenly, it seems like Meteor Gaming have lost 4.
They run in one by one. Like, they just engage one by one in.
He has Onslaught. Walrus Punch is there. Avalanche going to cancel the Onslaught. Oh, it's going to be a full team wipe. Maybe.
Oh,
Keep you away. Yeah, he's got him. Full team wipe.
Oh boy.
What's happening?
They went in one by one. You know, save your buddy syndrome kicking in. It's like, all right, we can come in, we can turn this. All right, we can get the slam off. And it's all just a bait. It's just not enough output. They don't manage to get like a Static Storm in at all in that fight. They lose out on TZ too early on. And I have to say, like, Shaker is a really baity hero right now. Like, that was like a very ideal slam. There was literally no damage flying out. That's just incredible. To be fair, again, Ukiyo does have the Mage Slayer, so that's already a lot of magic res on hand. And everyone else was still fairly high HP. It was like maybe a 3 or 4 man slam. No creeps around to amplify the echo damage. So it's maybe not the most ideal. And you didn't have follow through. If you had more follow through, like say, if your Pudge was immediately there on the slam with the rot up, then maybe it goes a lot differently. But again, it's a staggered fight, and IGV just wins out because they're in position to punish that 1-by-1 streaming in. So the gold lead nullified to less than 1k.
That's the sad thing about the Shaker, like, and it feels like this. It's been like this for over a year now, like maybe even longer. Where it's like Fisher is his main thing, right? It's like Echo Slam just does nothing anymore. It's just a follow-up stun. Unless you land like a huge 5-man without any defensive items on the enemy team, it just doesn't do any damage. It's just pretty sad. You know, it's like I've been making this argument where I feel like there's just too many defensive items in the game now. You know?
Yeah.
There's just too much. There's just too much defensive items. Like,
yeah,
get rid of them. Get rid of some of them.
Yeah, I still feel like Raid Pack deserves a deletion notice, even though it's been nerfed to the ground. There's some specific games where it turns physical cores into garbage. It just actually feels really bad. I think that's one reason why some melee cores are not viable, although there's more reasons on top of that. Meteor, they'll try a smoke play. This time they can get the jump in. But it's a good ward to watch when the smoke breaks.
Yeah, they're under vision. They're going to wrap around. Not a safe fight, though, for sure. It seems like IGV are very well aware. Echo's jumping in. BKB already, but they got the Glimmer Cape, or rather the Shadow Blade off, so he's fine. M's going to try instead to go onto the Tusk. He's going to pop his own BKB, so DQQ's in big trouble, but he'll go into the Snowball as they found the Visage. Marblue is gone. That's the fight. Nobody else wants the fight anymore. Just everything was very just messy. This TZ caught with the Avalanche is at least going to get the glimpse off. So Totsuro could not go for the toss back, but nevertheless, it really does seem like a matter of if this Visage is dead, we cannot fight. The fight is over.
Yeah. He provides a lot of counter control. He provides a lot of attention to himself. Like, he baits out spells if you manage to use the Gravekeeper's active. And suddenly you're wasting time. You have an opportunity to counter here on the side of Meteor. They don't manage to flank in properly. Like, they jump in, but some of the supports were way far back. Like, no Storm coming out from TZ once more. That's your key control, the setup for everyone else. And you're just not able to reach out here on that Disruptor. Granted, you minimize your losses there as well on the side of Meteor, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Oof. Unless you lose more.
DQQ almost took that ceremonial robe off him. That was a very, very close call for that one. I think DQQ actually just wanted it for himself, and well, he was probably half a second away from taking it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Oh, that's one of those satisfying moments when you pick up a random neutral. Your enemy just leaves alone. It doesn't happen. Instead, you feed. But it's all right. You're a Disruptor. You're not worth as much. 346 plus 117. Okay, you're worth a decent amount. And the Axe is now fully up for Totoro. So, pre-volley shenanigans in play. Just needs the Daedalus to really feel good about that. That's one way to, again, just rip apart the side of Meteor. They don't really have a lot of armor on. At least, he's only at the 7 base, plus the damage block on the Vanguard. And the Flesh Heap active, so it's a little bit rough for him to survive through once the Daedalus is up here.
Oh, mid lane. It could be a big fight to break out. MG thinking about it. Still grouped up on the other side of that mid lane. Both sides seem very well aware of their own positions. AC now up on Marbleu. That should help the side of Meteor Gaming, especially against the amount of damage the CK is pumping out. Blue, he's going to show himself. He's trying to bait them forward. Totsuro, though, he gets the toss back onto the creep wave. It's not going to be enough, but he's got his own BKB, so he's going to be all right. As he gets the Dismember off. He'll save the Visage and disengage. They force the Exo plus the BKBs, and that seems to be all they wanted for now. They will go right back in afterwards. Can they actually catch anyone, though? IGV is still hanging around, still having a bit of time with the Exo to fight back. They have found the Visage once again. Blue will be targeted. They lock him down permanently and he is gone. Yukio gets the job done. Meteor, maybe they went a little bit too early. Zem, he does find DQQ, but he's going to get out. His BKB wearing off. He will barely make it. But TZ will not. TZ is gone. I thought to myself they would at least wait for the exorcism to wear off before they try to force a fight like that. But they kind of just went back in and IGV said, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I think they were expecting an immediate swing to Roche from IGV, and to be fair, they were actually running into that pit. So they need to contest right then to break it off, but it's an all-in gambit. It fails. Roche number 2, the much bigger Roshan to take here. For the side of IGV, this should enable even maybe a high ground siege, if not just the tier 2s, to come out here. The free shard onto Ukio as well. So more range on that Chaos Vault, a little bit of an illusion coming out with a lot of damage output. Pretty scary to have, considering how spammable it is for the CK as well on a 7-second cooldown. So gonna be a lot scarier. 4K lead coming out for IGV now, 28-20. And the side of IGV, they've had a good idea of what to do in this game. Just constantly target down Blue. Take out the soul assumption spam, take out the stall mechanics with the Gravekeepers active, and just clean up from there.
They're doing a great job of it. Like, just getting rid of all the auras as well, right? Like, this Visage, just the auras themselves are just so annoying to have to deal with. Let's get rid of those, and suddenly you feel a lot stronger. You see how desperately Meteor Gaming are trying to just protect the Visage this whole game. Just do not let that man die in the team fights. On the other side of things, though, they're also baiting with said Visage. So it's a very interesting kind of conundrum, right? Because you got to bait with the guy, but at the same time, you don't want him to die. Otherwise, the fight's just over, apparently, according to Meteor, as they are going to try for a hook onto Totoro. Totoro will have his team to back him up in just a moment, and here they come. Yukio with the Silver Edge just going to rush right through, but he is underneath the Sentry Ward right now, so they should have seen him. Dust is there from Molasses. They've locked him down. The CK hooked as well. Yukio should drop. He'll try to fight here. It looks like he gets the stun off onto M, but should eventually fall and will. That's the first life. Meanwhile, in the back, it seems like they found echoes on the Primal, but he's just going to onslaught away as M does try to hold down Yukio, but he got the BKB off. He's going to go for the man fight. He found Blue again in the Visage, but the Snowform was there. Blue is okay. Yukio is forced to back off. They will pop the Exorcism on Tax, but it's really only going to be for this tier 2 mid tower.
Oh.
So I say that.
What?
Totoro, huge tree volley. He got 3 targets with that. Oh, he just destroys them. Blue. He was safe earlier. Not so much anymore. Blue is gone. That was a huge play from Totoro.
That was insane. He blinks forward, gets the avalanche, gets a tree volley, cleans up, and Exo is still running. Not for that much longer as it fades out, but they should still be able to find this tier 3. Fortify down, they'll have a refresh for the racks, but they don't have anyone to defend. And they're trying to cut down bot. Echo is just pushing where he can to mitigate that damage, but they'll actually fort for the racks. Respawns are fairly short. You do not have Slam on the respawn. You do not have Static Storm. It doesn't feel like he can do as much anywhere. IGV, they'll just find 2 for their trouble.
Yeah, they will. Molasses. I mean, he's going to try and delay things as much as humanly possible, but it's a pretty rough affair right now. In fact, IGV, I mean, considering the state of the game now, they might... I was going to say they might consider the 3rd racks, but they're going to leave it at that. All of Meteor Gaming are coming back up and online, and I suppose you don't want to try and force a fight in the base, though. Yukio, I mean, he's sticking around this mid lane. They'll take the outpost and maybe just try to secure the next Roshan. They've got a 13k advantage now, and with 2 racks up, you're going to be feeling a lot better about this game too. Yeah. And the thing is now as well, like with this mid Tiny, considering he has a full Daedalus up, now you've basically got a secondary carry in your team, because that tree volley, it really hurts.
Yeah, it's a lot of output. And I love that. We first saw this in China in like what, 2018, 2019? When you had Morphling that could turn into your ally Tiny. Both with Ags? Oh, you're never going to see that
The
again.
best.
I missed that, Mike.
Yeah, I wish there was I could remember what game it was, so I could look back at the VOD. Is Mar Blue? Oh, he's the big one. Gets into that stone form, the hook. It actually goes into a phantasm illusion, so he's kind of trapped in the middle of nowhere right now.
God.
M's the one to get caught out. The punch can't afford to die, but he's gone. No buyback available. So is Mar Blue. He has no buyback either. Molasses also being chased down as Totoro gets TZ. 4 down, 1 left with buyback. That might actually just be it. There's no way to defend. They call it. A real shame for Meteor, because that's 2 games in a row where it felt like they were ahead by quite a bit. And sadly for them, IGV just proved to be the better team once you hit the mid game and just take over.
Yeah, they coordinate really strong on IGV. Whatever issues they might have had in the first week and a half with their first few series, they've worked on it really well. They coordinate, and they know their timings. They play around the strengths of their draft really cleanly. Well, not cleanly, but really well at the very least. And they look like a team. The last time I saw them, they didn't feel like a team at all. It felt disconnected. It felt shaky. Some fights were taken really staggered. It was Meteor that kind of took those fights staggered now. Like, they had this early timing. Yeah. It felt like they could have found more. But when there was this one mid fight before this where they were rushing in one by one to just fall, that was when they had the lead. And that's when IGV built up their own lead off the back of that. And it's just messy for Meteor. It's not what I expected. I thought that this was going to be our more competitive series. It turns out it wasn't that much. Like, it looked really sharp from IGV, and Meteor looked a little bit stronger in game 2, but still not strong enough. I'm surprised, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was a really good kind of series here for IGV, and that's the first pickup for a win for them throughout the whole Tour 2 of Div 2 of DPC. So happy days for IGV, because they were just clearly sitting in bottom space. Bottom... what word am I looking for? Bottom slot. Bottom...
Yeah,
you get my point, John. They were all the way at the bottom, right? In terms of standings, they were bottom place. That's what I was trying to say. Bottom place, Jonathan, is where they were. But now, while they're still in bottom place, they just look a little bit better.
Yeah,
Who
they look
the
sharp.
MVP over to?
It's so hard to say. I think they all performed really well. I wouldn't mind it for Totoro, perhaps. It's kind of a throwaway to give it to the Tiny. I think Ukiyo played really nicely as well. His itemization was good. Mage Slayer did a lot of work. Maybe Tax. His lane was like really dominant.
You've given us 3 options, John.
Yeah,
well, there you go. But they've had enough. The Tiny's the MVP.
Yeah, I like making people sweat a little bit. But yeah, Totoro played it spectacularly well. Like the mid matchup versus Primal Beast, he worked it. It feels like that's a lane that Primal Beast has play in, but Avalanche just cancels Onslaught, run away from the trample, and you get going. And that ballsy play he had on mid once he had that Daedalus, oh boy. That was before Daedalus, actually. That was Crystallis only. That's massive.
Yeah. Huge play here from Totoro. And I'm going to be frank, like, with the start they had, I thought this Tiny was just going to fall off and just be a nothing hero. But I was wrong. Totoro kind of proves us wrong and just pops off once he gets the Axe Crystallis up. And there you have the results of the day. Of course, Pinky Killer got a 2-0 victory over Lonely Rock and Roll. Meteor Gaming end up losing 0-2 to IG Vitality. Of course, that does give IG Vitality some actual points here in the group stages of the Div 2 DPC. So happy days for them. And as you can see, the updated standings as well. IG Vitality no longer last place. But to be fair, they are all basically tied up right now between the bottom 3. So yeah, you've got that. You know, at least you're not alone in the bottom place.
Yeah, you've got some company, you've got some potential ties if this kind of rankings maintain. We'll take a look at our schedule for the next day as well. You have Poke versus Piggy, Meteor versus Supernova, Team Bright versus Cactus, and I believe that is tomorrow. So we're going to have some action immediately the day after. We'll be around for that first one there, Micah. Am I looking at the wrong sched? I had different games lined up.
No.
I'm just kind of crazy.
You are correct.
All right, so we swapped a little bit. We'll start off with Poke and Piggy. That should be exciting. A lot of good games coming up, but It's been a weird day. Like, we expected at least 1-2-0. We didn't expect the second 2-0, but it's a great performance from IGV. They rise up to the occasion, and I'm looking forward to see if any of these bottom teams start to pull out, because they're in a really precarious spot right now, Mike, to stay in Div 2.
And that makes it exciting, Jonathan. You know me, I'm a real sicko. I love these kind of eliminations and tiebreakers and things like that. You know, you can't have the glory without the pain, Jonathan, and I'm all for the pain. Screw the glory. You know, I want to see tears. I want to see sadness. That's what I live for here in Dota 2, and I can't wait to see it. Obviously, we're only halfway through the tour, so we don't get to see it quite yet, but we'll get to see it rather soon, and that gets me very, very excited. Still, Jonathan, that is it for the day. Like you mentioned, we've got 3 new best of 3 series on tomorrow. But with that, I think it is about time to close it out. And well, it's been an absolute pleasure as always. So it is MLP Dota and it is John X Farron. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow for some more great Chinese Div 2 action. We'll see you then.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.